Stickers on confetti.
Why
And salted chocolate chip,
but no spice.
but nothing spicy.
Something good about spicy.
Oh, you know what's so funny? You know what's so funny is they had a pin hot chocolate, and I was afraid that somebody would bite into it and have like an attack.
Yeah.
So I didn't get any.
Fair.
But if I'd known that they would have been eaten, I would have put some. They're probably won't eat it from that sitters. So you can we're recording.
We are recording. I'm not sure why we don't have video.
Did inadvertently hit the video button again after that?
Yes.
And there we are.
Yes.
We have video.
Must have done that.
So everyone who's joining us online should be able to see us. Okay. Good evening. Today is Monday, February 12th, 2024. We are downstairs in the Busher Conference Room. And those of us who are joining us online for the Burlington City Council meeting, the time is 4:39 p.m. We'll begin our evening with item 1.1, which is a motion to adopt the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
There is, President.
Wonderful. Councilor Doherty, seconded by Councilor Carpenter. Actually, I'll wait for the second. Why don't you give me the motion and then we can do that.
Thank you. The motion is to amend or adopt the agenda as follows. Remove from the consent agenda item 8.21 and place it on the deliberative agenda as item 9.9 per City Council President Paul and per Councilor Burlington. Remove from the consent agenda item 8.16 and place it on the deliberative agenda as item 9.10 per City Council President and per Councilor Grant. Add to the consent agenda item 8.23, communication from Margaret Prindle, regarding the neighborhood code. Add to the consent agenda item 8.24, communication from Solveig Overby regarding why has the city derailed the gateway block request for proposal process. February 12, 2024, agenda item 4, add to consent agenda item 8.25, communication from Beth Anderson, member of the Electric Light Commission regarding reclamation.
Great, thank you so much. And Councilor Carpenter. Oh, and there's one more, which was a remove from consent. Oh, no, you don't have, oh, no, actually, we don't have it. It's just removed from agenda item 9.2 for Chief of Staff Liddell.
So-
For some reason, yours is not on there.
So yes,
So they.
with that change.
Okay, seconded by Councilor Carpenter. Is there a discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I'll assume that those in joining us online are also saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously and we have an agenda, which leads us to the second item on our agenda and the reason why Jamie is here with us. It's 2.1, a legislative update in the meeting with the Colonel Piper team. Welcome, Jamie. Thank you so much for being with us. We've allotted a whole hour for this. So, you know, if you want, there'll be plenty of time for questions from the council discussion. The idea was to give you some input on, you know, on how things, you know, where our priorities are in Montpelier and how things are going. And I'm sure you have plenty to say. If you want to start with some, you know, whatever you'd like to start with. And then, even though this is within the guise of you know, the council meeting has started, we're all here downstairs, and those who are joining us online and missing the cookies that are here in the room, it's just an opportunity for everyone to ask questions or just to offer you discussion items.
Sure,
So,
no, that would be great. And if I stray from existing protocols, let me know and I'll get back inside the box. But from my perspective, I think I would welcome sort of a give and take in the Q&A, you know, in terms of the issues that some that, you know, I may not be spending enough time on, some maybe too much. So it helps me in terms, and my team, in terms of where to focus resources and priorities for you all, as well as the mayor's office as we move forward. So I thought I would just open up by just talking briefly about where we are in the legislative calendar, because there are some key dates upcoming, as well as then transition quickly into issues that are sort of stated priorities for you all based upon some input and discussion from meetings we've had in the past, as well as other correspondence, priorities from the mayor's office, the priorities of the legislature, which may or not necessarily match all of ours. We'll probably kind of work off of the subject matters that were sort of discussed at the delegation meeting last December, and we've carried forward to date. So if that works for you, happy to proceed along that. Great. So the legislative calendar, we are in mid-February. There's about 3 or 4 weeks of legislative work before the first significant dates show up. I think everyone's familiar with crossover, which is the date when a bill has to be on the calendar in one chamber for the other chamber to consider and pass it this year. The House and Senate have set March 15th, which is the first Friday after they get back from the traditional town meeting recess. So they'll meet until whatever that first town meeting Tuesday is. They'll have that week off, then they come back and convene, and that first Friday will be the crossover for all the standing committees. With the exception of the money committees, those committees get another week to March 22nd to kick out their bills, as well as any bills that were referred to them by the policy committees. So this is a good date to kind of, sort of thin the herd of bills, I guess, it's convenient for legislators to say, sorry, that bill didn't make it a crossover. We're not going to take it up this year. It does show priorities the communities have been working on and will continue to work on. And I'll also sort of put out there the standard caveat I always use. Crossover, yes, is a very convenient date, but there are also multiple ways to get around crossover. And the most common in the legislature is amending language from one bill that didn't make crossover to another bill that did. If it's your mortgage remain, that's often the vehicle they can choose.
Committee bills can go later, right, too?
No, committee bills are
Do
good.
they have to be crossover?
Yeah, with the exception of, like the GovOps committees that have charters and things like that. There's also rules committees in both the House and the Senate that can grant exceptions to various bills, including committee bills. So yes, you will see that process invoked more often than not because of an issue may have developed or whatever, just is addressed elsewhere. So this will lead to some substantial committee work, and I think the budget will be coming around. All the money bills will be coming out around the 22nd, which is big sort of dated overall calendar, which puts us on track for mid-May adjournment. All of this well.
Sorry to interrupt. I don't know how close you are to the mic, but when you trail off, we can't quite hear you. So I don't know if the mic can be brought a little closer.
So I would like to let everyone know that we have had an unfortunate issue in this room that I am working with Scott Barker to fix, and that is someone stepped on the wire to our microphone, and it is a $300 microphone that is no longer working. You can go see its remnants in Scott's office, and we're ordering a new one. But for now, tonight, please just yell because there is no microphone or us to bring closer to you. So I apologize.
Is it way up there?
Yes.
That you're.
Yes.
Oh, so you just have to
Usually we
yell.
have the one that we can bring, and that does improve sound quality, and we are working on that.
Well,
So,
project
sorry.
towards the screen.
Yes.
That helps. Yeah, great. Okay. If there's something I missed and you'd like me to restate, I'm happy to do that. I was just talking about some legislative calendar items that are coming up, crossover in particular. It's a way to kind of move the calendar along. But let me jump into the issues unless there are any questions on the calendar. First and foremost, it's kind of like new and developing, and I'm sure you've read about it. We can spend as much time or as little as you want because I know it's probably more of a focus for the school board and commission. But property taxes are a huge issue for this legislature and continue to be even bigger. Absent any changes by the legislature or school budgets, the fund is on track to require just in excess of a 20% increase in the property tax rates, which if you translate to dollars, It's well up over $250 million just to buy down that 20% increase to a 2 to 4% range, which means new revenues or cuts or some way of meeting that deficit. Act 127, which had many elements, many of which helped benefit Burlington in changing the student weighting factors, so that, for example, students with ESL or diverse populations, towns, municipalities benefited from the adjusted weighting formulas, and towns were able to see that benefit through economics. It also had a 5% sort of intended cap on spending for municipalities. In actual practice, that 5% cap has driven most municipalities to spend right up to it or even exceed it. I don't know the intricacies that very well of education finance, but the school boards do, and they realize that they're able to sort of maximize the spending without it affecting their local tax rates. And so if you compound that on a statewide basis, we have some ballooning expenses, and the school boards will say, and it's true, healthcare costs are driving factors, inflation like everybody else, lots of pandemic monies are now coming to roost. And so there's a whole amalgam of issues that are driving these costs. So the legislature, to put it bluntly, is freaking out at the possibility of a property tax increase of that magnitude. And so they're scurrying to try to find various levers to prevent that from happening. House Ways and Means voted out a bill last Friday, H 850. It's currently in House Appropriations today for a vote and is on track to be fast-tracked through the Senate and to the governor prior to town meeting day. The bill does a couple of things. One, it repeals the 5% spending caps that were put in place in Act 127 retroactively to the date that they were implemented. It has instead sort of a gradual percent incentive to towns to lower their school budgets over the next 5 years, sort of a step down benefit to those towns. And significantly, it asks towns or gives them flexibility to delay their school budget votes on town meeting to a date later this spring, with the hint nudge that please come up with smaller budgets to help control the cost of education and therefore help control the potential property tax increase. It also.
Do you think there are going to be ones that will do that?
Yeah, I think they're seeing the message. And, you know, otherwise they may be looking at other levers, right? They look to cut costs or look to adjust formulas in greater detail. For your all purposes, it does require that anybody who's asked for an absentee ballot has to get a new one in the mail whenever they do it. The governor has asked that everybody be sent a ballot because, number one, we're not getting a lot of high participation at town meetings. Number two, everybody should be able to weigh in on this issue. So that still is an issue that will probably play out. Those are the major issues in this one bill on H 850. As I say, it's being fast tracked through the Senate to the governor with a lot of work behind the scenes to perhaps do more.
Catherine, just the last we knew though, Burlington is not going to delay. Is that accurate? Catherine?
I do not have the answer to that, and I am going to pull up the latest email I have from our friends at the school district. I have something from Jared and Joe McNeil, which says essentially we're all in a waiting game and it's still unfolding.
And that was what, as of today?
No, that was last Friday.
I read that they were meeting today to do something. Was it unusual? Like, they never do that, meet on a Monday.
Yeah, they do at the end of the session, but House Appropriations is meeting today to consider this bill, likely put it up. So.
Mark, did you have a
Yeah,
question?
I did. I guess question related to the ballot. The ballot question is less complicated than it's been these past years. It just asks for an approval on a budget amount. Doesn't say anything about the tax rate anymore. So I'm wondering, you can still pass it. I don't know if it would make a difference or not, unless of course they were going to reduce the budget amount. But my primary question is about the tax cap. Burlington is obviously benefiting from the change in student waste, but with the tax cap, we're also being sheltered from some additional tax rate related to expenses, because I think our expenses are over 5%. So the 13.97% tax rate increase that we've been talking about, I've heard without the tax cap is actually like 15.6. And so I'm wondering if there's any advocacy on the part of the Burlington delegation to whatever mechanism is put in place instead of the cap to sort of protect Burlington from tax rate above 14%, because a lot of that is due to like over 60% of our increase this year is debt service on the new school the state's having built. So
Much of the rest is CLA. Is the common level of appraisal, which we have no control over. So in sort of addressing Mark's, if you could just add those.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the latter CLA, that's getting into the weeds for me, but yeah, superintendent planning has been very active for the city in terms of both the education committees and the delegation. We have on Ways and Means Committee, Representative Carlody is always a champion to help the city. I believe superintendent Flanagan's preference would have been a shorter transition time frame rather than the 5 years, have it be a 3-year. And it frankly is lost for me why that is, but maybe there's a way to absorb any potential impact that way, sort of more truncated rather than elongated. But I believe, so the answer is yes, there has been lots of communication from the school district to delegation to the community. It's putting towns and municipalities in a very difficult situation. Town meetings in 3 weeks or so, right? And to have to redraft or push off decisions that are already made and warned. The legislature understands that they're sort of facing this 20% issue.
Is there a role, we have a resolution tonight that addresses this in some fashion. And I don't know if you're familiar with that, but if you're not, I would suggest that you take a look at it. But besides that resolution, is there anything that the council can do, and the administration can do, not the school district, to advance the interests of the city as a whole? Because, the school vote is integrally related to how people will look at, say, the public safety stat tax increase that we're proposing. And, there are many other intricacies that are, germane to this. So,
sure, I guess it's a matter of what do you want to ask the legislature, that maybe they're not, if it's related to a delay or any particular, if it's related to HA 50, or maybe a little bit more of a challenge there, but just bigger, what's still to be made, absolutely. So I think, a number of tools you can use are sharing a resolution or whatever resolution you take, with members of the delegation, encourage them to talk to their colleagues to sort of address issues if they're in. There's always the use of press and media to help draw this attention to a broader audience. You can certainly use the delegation in the State House to advocate. I think it would help if it's a joint effort, perhaps, with the council of mayor's office, if you want to the superintendent as well.
I did have one other school thing, which is not directly related to this, but just has to do with the $400,000 valuation sort of circuit breaker. If your house is, is valued, assessed valuation is over $400,000, it negatively affects, I think, greatly the income sensitivity that a person is eligible. And we are really the last reappraisal bumped up against that. Is anybody talking about that in the legislature?
Not yet. That would be under the so-called levers that I mentioned earlier. Right now, Ways and Means and the Finance Committee on the Senate side are looking at potential revenue options to help fill the gap. not necessarily further reform of the system. There were several CLA rules introduced last year. It was more to hit a pause on CLAs. I mean, looking at Burlington's experience and some other towns to not have other municipalities face that potential magnitude, right? Because of rising property values that was either driven or exacerbated by the pandemic. That didn't go anywhere, but absolutely they're gonna look, well, they'll look at the income sensitivity for, I think, as clever. Decisions we make for now and John. They may revisit some of the policy decisions made in Act 27 that are not invested in 850 caps. This is sort of the magnitude of the issue is sort of everything's on the table. But right now, the policy discussion is where might we be able to look for new revenues.
So that might mean reducing income sensitivity eligibility.
It could
Let me just finish by saying it would be a disaster to the poor and working people of this city for that to happen. And we need real leadership down there to make sure it doesn't happen. And in fact, with people being stretched as far as they are, we actually need greater income sensitivity and need not to fall off the $400,000. You know, if the median income, if the median valuation is like 386 or 386, $14,000 is already passed, you know, with this CLA. There's no doubt about it. So,
however unlikely something like that would happen, nevertheless, I wouldn't take anything off. But it's always a difficult conversation.
perhaps the rest of Chittenden County can get on board. I'm sure probably everybody. So I don't know. Let me just. That's my press for a legislative action on this. I think it is essential that we act assertively in defense of our working force.
Well, I take it I can start to spend more time on education finance going forward on the updates. And I mean, I have been sort of, it's all been kind of theoretical at the moment. Now we have something to focus on.
So I have some questions, and I apologize if you have to repeat yourself because I have found a little bit of this to be confusing. And I just want to make sure I got it straight. So to the point of voting for the total budget as opposed to the tax rate, would that be something we would really want to do? Because when the people of Burlington want to know what the tax rate's going to be. So I just want to throw that out there. I would have a hard time voting as much as I have been voting for school budgets all these years in this current scenario. And also from hearing people in the community, Council Berman is right, people are really upset, and I'm sure we've all heard
Did
it.
that
So
not get changed? Whatever, 2 years ago, we used to vote on the tax rate, now we only vote on the budget statewide.
right, but
And
when we vote on the budget, we know what the tax rate's gonna be, correct?
That's an estimate. We're not voting on the tax rate, we're voting on an estimated, we're voting on a budget
Right,
that will produce a tax rate depending on how much money this state gives us.
so we give the people an estimated tax rate. In the past, have we ever gone over that estimated tax rate?
I can't answer that.
I don't know the
I know
answer.
it's gone below it, at least when,
Yeah.
but the language itself is mandated, like, the language we've been dealing with, it was very sort of arcane, cryptic, was part of Act 46, and they required us to put that language, and we could deviate very little from that language. They've since repealed that, and the language now, I understand, I don't know if we still have to put the ballot language as is on the city ballot, but it's just the budget.
But, and I appreciate that, but my question still stands. Have we ever gone over the estimated tax rate that was given to the property taxpayers in Burlington?
I don't think we have the answer to that question now, especially on the school side. We would need to check into that.
Okay, I think that would be very important to know, because I think we would be in a very bad place to have given an estimate, ask people to vote on the budget. It's not a good look, so that's a concern of mine. So we have got into this mess due to the state having a delay in their estimate of the CLA, is that correct? Or the,
Well, yes, but their estimate is hugely more than anyone thought it was going to be.
okay, but they came in late with that estimate.
They
When-
came
when-
in, that they always come in same time of the year, which is late.
Well, the statute requires the Commissioner of Taxes to send a letter to the legislature on December 1st.
Okay,
It sort of projects what the tax rates will need to be statewide in order to fund the current education system. So that December letter projected an 18.5% increase at the time, which has now been updated to be just over 20% based on other factors that have changed.
so what I'm trying to understand is what is the delay, the source of the delay
Oh,
that,
that they're asking so I said, 20% absent changes being made. The school budgets are coming in at such a number that was contributing to this 20% increase. So the legislature hopes by delaying these March budgets that would otherwise be voted on by municipalities across the state, those municipalities will go back to the drawing board and reduce, they're hoping to reduce their budgets from what.
But the ultimate tax rate will be dependent on what budgets get passed.
Correct.
So the ultimate tax rate is sort of unknowable, can be predicted, but it'll depend on what taxpayers' appetites are for what they're being asked.
well, we know what the appetites are, right? We
The
really do.
legislature doesn't
So-
know the town budgets till the end of January, same time we put ours out, so.
Right, but I'm just trying to have a, right, right, so I'm just trying to have a full understanding of the moving pieces with regards to where we're at, that is now put them in this situation with regards to 850. And, 127 is important to me because it was addressing issues of equity. So because we're in this situation, how will that be affected? Because there were legitimate equity issues in the state, in our city. Is this going to, I mean, I just throwing it out there at this point, not necessarily looking for you to answer, but I just think it is a big question out there. How is this going to affect the changes we made in order to be more equitable? That's a really big question. Will we end up taking steps back
Yeah.
because of this? So, and if we have too many school districts make a decision to delay their votes, and we have our vote, the chances of us coming close to what the actual tax rate would be are jeopardized. And going back once again, if we then come back with something higher than the estimate, that's gonna be a huge problem. And so that's my big concern. I understand you can't really do anything about that, but if you can give feedback, this is.
I can't speak to the second one, but I can tell you that we received assurances early on from House and Senate leadership that equity factor. Even when they knew that these property tax increases.
Okay, so they're gonna still support that concept. No.
That's why ours is not 21%, it's only 14%. Or 15.6.
Yeah, And then also, you know, throwing it in there that the state is kind of screwing us over because they we have a sixth school and they haven't helped with that.
Right.
And that's an equity issue as well. Thank you.
Should we move on?
Yeah, for sure. I can see Joan, Soraya and Hannah, actually, I should. Sorry, it's a little more formal, but if there's anything that you want to add, just use the raise hand function. I can see the three of you. If you have any comments or questions. And I assume that you can all hear us.
Yes.
Reasonably well. Okay, great.
Great. Switching over to emergency housing, because this is another one that's going to play out in the next week or two. The legislative sort of bill where this is addressed is the budget adjustment bill, which is H839. Budget adjustment is what it is, right? It's the FY24 mid-year ups and downs based upon unexpected expenditures or transferring money where they didn't think they needed it to someplace that does. And the emergency housing, cohorts are addressed in the current BAA pending in the legislature. The governor had proposed a hard stop for the pandemic era hotel motel program as of April 1st. And I'm speaking quickly in generalities. The House disagreed with that vehemently, and you all were very active on that. Thank you. And decided to extend and find money to extend the program through June 30 this year, and then even pick it up again, other questions in the FY25 budget, which starts June 1st. The other significant piece that has remained in the bill from the governor's recommended budget is to find 5 new shelters around the state that will house, and the governor admits, admittedly, not all of the population, but a segment of the population, and those that are eligible. But again, so the House and the Senate have agreed with the 5 shelters, but they have very much different with the governor on the emergency housing program. The Senate on Friday passed an amendment before passing the bill that doesn't go as far as the House, but doesn't go as far as the governor either. The Senate, as I say, agreed to the $4 million for the additional 5 shelters. However, and they did not touch the adverse weather policy currently in place. However, they are extending only the program for those who are eligible for the vulnerable population through June 30 and no more. So this will not include all the cohorts. It will include just those that will now go through general assistance and meet this definition of vulnerable, which, by the way, includes Social Security dependent, over age 65, pregnant, children under age 18 or 19 is still attending school, and a few others. I don't have for you, this was again a Friday amendment, I don't have for you the exact number of what they estimate that will be, but I will look to do that as soon as I can. The bill passed the Senate on Friday. As I say, it will now likely go to a conference committee of the House and the Senate to hash out the differences overall in the bill. And this is one of the differences. That discussion will take place this week. And typically, the conference committee can last maybe a week or two. Then each chamber votes on the bill and it's sent to the governor.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How many people are the 5 shelters supposed to house? Because I've heard from what I've read about them, like they're planning for one in Waterbury that might be 50 people, but some of them are much, much smaller. And is there any concept there of like, what are they doing with elderly and disabled people after June 30th? Is there a sense of obligation to take care of people?
I will get for you all in the next update a link to a document that Department of Children and Families shared last week that speaks specifically to that number. But you're right, it's it's a handful in each location. It does not come near the over 600 or 700 June 30 cohort in particular, right? So it's, it's maybe 24 in one place, 34 in another, a dozen in one place. They're more isolated areas. As I mentioned, there is discussion ongoing now for the FY25 budget, which will kick in July 1, which may or may not address what happens after June 30. House Human Services in particular is looking at reform of the general assistance program in general, which has the housing component, of course. And so that's certainly an area where you all can weigh in. That can, among others.
So the legislature's plan is to allow people who are disabled to be completely unsheltered after June 30th. Or
Can't say
even,
that. Yeah, I can't say that because again, this is just the FY24 budget adjustment, so it's only funding for what's in place through June 30 when the fiscal year ends. And the next budget will then pick up funding starting July 1. So there's certainly intimations and hope in both the House and the Senate. This will be addressed for no people. Well, I don't want to say that.
well, up
can
until
say-
June 30th, how many need shelter versus how many are getting shelter to June 30th?
Yeah, I need to follow up with you all on the specific numbers because it isn't clear to me with the Senate amendment how many fall into this vulnerable category through general assistance silo, or how many are in adverse weather that would also be. But there will be, I believe, a substantial gap for those who need shelter in the days ago.
I'd appreciate knowing the number that are unsheltered, not just how many are vulnerable. I think anybody who is not sheltered is vulnerable. So if you could get that number and find out how many people are living unsheltered and how many are being proposed to be sheltered through June 30th, that'd be great. Thank you.
I can tell you now.
Isn't the number much more than that? I thought it was over 1,000.
It's 1628. I can tell you, I thought you were, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about these changes that are being made by the House and the Senate. So absent any changes whatsoever, the total number of households that we're talking about is 1628. In the adverse weather, 875 are in that 1628. The so-called June 30 cohort, the pandemic, is 616. And categorically eligible, which I assume would be vulnerable populations and others, et cetera, is 137. That's households. The number of individuals is higher. That's 2605. Number of adults is 1970 total, and the number of children is 635.
If you could get us those numbers so that those of us who were quickly taking it, I see Joan is quickly taking it down, but for those.
I think Sarah Russell and CCH.
Yeah, well, it would be nice. I mean, you obviously have a chart.
I did. This is what I was referencing to. What I will.
I'd be interested in what the expectation is for people that aren't being included for shelter of some sort.
Is the state gonna give out more tents and sleeping bags like they did last time? Have we no shame? I mean, this is just really beyond.
The House in particular has been very strong on this. I suspect it will continue. But I'll send that information so everybody has the numbers, and I will also try to pinpoint some numbers based upon the changes that the Senate made. Because again, well, Congress committee, you've got two bookends, right? And do they go towards the middle or do they go towards either end of the bookends? And then what will the governor be willing to sign, and will they have the votes to override it?
Can you get a preview on the budget, next year's budget that they're working on as soon as possible to look at the numbers that are going to be impacted since June 30th?
Yeah.
by first. Thank you.
I find it confusing when we're only talking about like segments of this population, and it would be helpful if when we're talking about continuing, like the cohort discussion, I'd like to know of the total population, what are the plans for the total population? There's plans for this cohort to house them in such a way until June 30th. What about everybody else?
Yeah, and I apologize, that's not my vernacular, that's the vernacular that the legislature has
Yeah.
adopted, so I'm sort of restating how they've chosen to categorize these individuals, I guess, based upon when the program became available, as opposed to the existing program for general assistance, at-risk weather, so.
Yeah, I understand that that's the way they talk about it. I just want to make sure that we're talking about everybody, not just specific cohorts. Thanks.
Ali,
Yes.
Counselor Chang?
First, let me say thank you so much for the written report. As an independent, I think it was valuable for me to understand really what's going on. And for the first time, right, as a city councilor, I found value. Right? About the 5 sites that the state would be building, do you know what type is it? One. And 2, do you know about the timeline? If they build it, it would be indefinite. There is no, this is just for a couple of years, it's like in Burlington. And also, what are the costs associated in renting those 5 sites?
I believe that information is in this document that I will send, it'll have a link. But I do know a couple of answers. First, these shelters are only proposed to be up from April 1 through June 30. They're a mix of sort of congregate versus individual type locations. For example, there's talk about using a portion of the Waterbury Armory. What that looks like, but I imagine that's not an individual type location. Others examples might be, adding on to an existing facility, a set number of beds. But I will absolutely. I thought I had it, and I apologize.
So other than housing and education and,
Quick, can I
What-
ask a
oh,
follow-up?
of course, sorry, I didn't see you, Counselor Hightower, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, this isn't related really to that specific thing, but I'm just wondering if you also have an update on the just cause eviction. So we're taking a more preventative approach of our charter change.
Yeah, I can answer that unfortunately shortly. They have not taken up any of the just cause eviction bills that are pending in the legislature as of today. We continue to plug away at that, but at the moment, there's been no activity, either on charter changes or statewide solutions. There was even a new version that I saw was introduced this year that would have put a pause on while we're dealing with this crisis, and that hasn't taken place.
Thank you.
Don't give the legislature too much on town meeting day to deal with charter changes. We only have one, and it's a relatively light
Right.
lift.
Well, it wasn't just, there were some other cities interested in this as well.
Oh, the just cause?
Just cause.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't want to leave housing completely yet, because there are some significant bills that are there as well, pending, and gonna make it through in some form or fashion. There's, in the Senate, a bill that doesn't have a number yet, but it's being called the Be Home Act, which is the acronym for Bringing Everyone Home. That's in Senate Economic Development. It is, as of now, probably a 90-page bill, with 61 sections. Our focus, your focus has been, multifold, of course, but of primary interest is reducing a sort of duplicate review of Act 250 and permitting and citing, to let cities and towns like Burlington that have robust zoning on the books, their approach to that to continue to do that and then not have to have those projects go towards similar review by Act 250. There are various variations of this being considered, but the good news is that there seems to be both political will and sort of buy-in by opponents to these efforts in the past to allow this to happen. It's just a matter of what it will look like in the legislation. There were numerous studies that the Natural Resources Board conducted that would sort of spoke to these issues, and they created sort of multiple tiers, and each tier would have relative Act 250 review or not. And Tier 1A is what I'm speaking about, with municipalities that have robust zoning and permitting to be exempt from Act 250. And the bill in the Senate has that tier concept in its draft. The committee hopes to vote the bill out by the end of this week. It's got a lot in it. It's going to have to go to multiple places after, including the Finance Committee, because of some tax incentives. There's also a separate bill in the Senate, almost primarily devoted to Act 250 and the Natural Resources Board studies. And so the two committees, Natural Resources and Energy and Economic Development and Housing, will have to figure out how they address those issues together. But that is will be a signature housing bill on last year's Home Act. There's also a bill in the House Energy and Environment Committee that's going to be working on concurrently will probably kind of cross chambers. And that bill is House Bill 687, which probably doesn't quite go as far as we would like for a complete exemption of from the Act 250, but it does sort of speak to exemptions, for example, certain designated areas within the municipality or the city. But again, things are trending in a much better direction than we were even this time last year. Act 250. Want to switch over to public safety issues?
Sure. And if we can try to wrap up in the next 10 minutes, that would be great.
Oh, yeah, sure, of course, it's up to you.
But
It's up
please
to you
go
all.
ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Public safety is absolutely on the minds of the legislature. There are several bills going that I've spoken to. Retail theft is a tricky subject. What started off as a bill that would sort of enhance penalties for violations of retail theft and kind of aggregating, the value of the theft to move from a misdemeanor to a felony, has lost steam and has shifted instead to addressing, programs to help violators, not become repeat violators, and to kind of address the root causes of the theft rather than the penalties. And so the House Judiciary Committee in particular is looking at these restorative approaches to justice, steps that can be made within the juvenile court system, steps that can be made within the adult court system. Last year, for example, the so-called work program, I forget the formal name of it, which was a popular sentencing alternative for the courts to use for retail theft violators, was suspended by the State Department of Corrections, presumably because of funding of their efforts now to reinstitute that program. And we will see in the budget bill significant resources devoted to the court system to try to reduce the backlog of cases, which is also being held up as in part reason for issues related to people arrested for retail theft or not, and having the cases just kind of so long, creating an opportunity for more thefts, et cetera. So that one is absolutely a priority of the that issue. How it plays out is still to be developed, but the House Judiciary will certainly get a bill out before before crossover retail theft. They just voted out, House Judiciary just voted out last Friday an auto theft bill unanimously. So this one went through very quickly, as I alluded to in previous updates. It kind of generally fills some gaps. It does increase penalties, but for example, it wasn't clear how can you arrest someone who you can only arrest them if you can prove you didn't have consent of the owner in taking the vehicle or something along that. So you're just closing some of these loopholes and creating these penalties, to close the gaps and enhance the penalties in some cases. Senate Judiciary is looking at a drug.
I'm sorry, if I can ask a question specifically about that. So here in Burlington and in other areas, the last couple of years have been record numbers of auto thefts. So we had this charge, like the only charge that our states, actually all the states attorneys were in the city, but they only have this charge that they can use. What will it be the same level of charge? Like we're saying, we're adding more penalties, but will they like change the name of the charge? Like what is their plan?
They're increasing the penalties, but they're also broadening the authority to be able to charge theft. In other words, to address that consent of the owner issue or taking it without permission, et cetera. So the answer is yes, both, all of them. Expanding the ability to arrest, but also.
Okay, and possibly changing the name of the crime or the.
It's the,
I don't know.
I can answer.
Can you?
It's the same charge, but they basically lowered the threshold for what prosecutors must prove in order to bring the charge.
Okay,
So so they added language that I believe is like reasonably assumed. So if the prosecutors can prove that the operator should have reasonably known they did not have permission, then they can bring the charge. So they basically just lowered the threshold, they made it easier to charge, but it's the same charge.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, so that would give our state's attorneys more flexibility in terms of being more effective with those types of cases. All right, thank you so much.
I'm looking at the bill now. I mean, they're not changing the title of the crime at all.
Okay, thank you. Could you afford that?
Sure.
I have an interest in that. It's just something in Burlington we've heard
It's
a
in,
lot about. It's incredible, but
it's in the next update that will be in your inbox
Oh.
tonight.
thank you. Thank you.
Well, if you haven't set the invite, the update up, then maybe all of this can come along at the same time or around the same time, the information on the shelters.
Yes, these are all, yeah, they're already in here. Yep.
Yeah, that's great.
Yep.
Excellent.
And just quickly, Senate Judiciary is looking at drug crimes, particularly, fentanyl, and making sure that violators, can't sort of escape death, as a result of a drug that may have had fentanyl in it. We're also adding xylazine to that list. Senate Judiciary is also looking at prohibiting so-called ghost guns, which are guns that are manufactured or made with unserialized parts or components. And that will certainly be, those two will certainly be issues that will be sent out. Overdose prevention centers has passed the House, but is still pending in the Senate. I think the Senate will likely try to find a place, other legislation where they can kind of fold it in so that it is with some other issues and makes it more enticing for people to look up with and others. But that is certainly a priority for the Senate. And I know public transit is an issue for many of you, and public transit funding in particular. Reports have been submitted that identify areas where the legislature can look to raise new money for transit providers. Getting them to actually do that is the challenge. Many of the providers have advocated for the need for additional monies to maintain existing services, including ground transit. And in the absence of doing so, they're either looking at making cuts to service, personnel, et cetera, which is something nobody wants to see. But the absence of new revenue may not be looking at any options to.
Can you advise us as to the best, our own advocacy for sustainable funding? Not here and now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Transportation committees. I can say what they're looking at is for sort of a statewide solution and not necessarily for a Green Mountain Transit solution. As you know, there's an assessment authority that Green Mountain Transit has. So it has a loan, the other providers don't have that. And so I know that Green Mountain Transit is facing that. So there are pressure points even in maintaining that system. So it would be in the context of overall transit funding. The other challenge is that the T fund in general is underperforming, gasoline taxes, purchasing use, et cetera. So the legislature is conscious of looking overall at the funding, not necessarily one particular sector.
Is there a commitment to mass transit as an essential function of climate change, or are they still back in the?
I don't know if I could go that sweeping in a statement. I think there's absolutely support and commitment for transit for a variety of reasons, both for that purpose, to help the most vulnerable get to doctor's appointments, for communities, for general purposes. And we've seen some very good support for transit over the years, including expansions of pilots and things. So I suspect that'll continue. I'm just hopeful on the funding.
I know Councilor McGee, you had something.
Thank you. Open for update. Nice to have it in person. I have been following H72. Basically, since it was introduced, and so I'm glad to see that the Senate is looking for a way to move that forward. And to the extent that the city can play a role in it, we can ensure that that actually moves across the finish line. With something close to a utopian convert, I would appreciate us having a more active role in that. And the council has passed several resolutions hoping that the legislature would take this action. So I would hope that as this gets to be more serious conversation with the Senate, that's not just keeping an eye on, but actively pushing for.
No, I'm duly noted, and you hit the nail on the head with the veto proof majority. That's probably what's being done, particularly in the Senate, as we speak. Just don't have standing, we should have something else that can bring people on. So I will absolutely keep further advocacy efforts.
So we can go to Councilor Glenn, and then we'll have to close out this meeting.
Going back to overdose prevention centers, you said a comment about trying to make it more enticing for the government. I can't remember the exact word.
Yeah.
It's more enticing for the government. Can you tell me what you meant by that?
Are we being recorded? Well, you all do it here, right? What does the governor like, and what would you want, and what would overcome opposition to?
Well, he, in my point of view, I have been, and I've been very public about this for quite some time. He has not fully understood the dire situation that we've been in. He has not taken previous stances from previous governors where we acknowledge an emergency, we acknowledge that it's statewide, we acknowledge we have to do things differently because the old ways are not working. It's kind of been the opposite, where he's like, you can only do things that are tried and true, and that is not the case of the so-called third wave that we are in right now. So that's why I was curious as to what they think they can do to get him on board, or is it that they hope they pass something that doesn't become true majority?
Yeah, it would be one of those, either of those two options. Yeah. They wouldn't bring up the standalone bill unless they felt they had. But the other way, maybe the governor doesn't veto.
We could spend all sorts of time here talking about all of this. This has been a incredibly informative and really for the first time, the council has had this opportunity and it's extremely, I think, extremely valued by everyone. So thank you for being here. I think we will, I debated about whether or not we should try to do this, to do this again would be, near crossover. We do have a council meeting on the 11th. Which is a month from now. If we wait till the 26th, it probably is too late to really have a whole lot of input, although if you think that waiting till the 26th would be better, you'll let us know. Seems going through into April might be a little more problematic because there's only really one working meeting in April and that's on the 15th.
Right.
Which would really probably be a little too late.
And it's up, I can certainly, you know, we're not to commit ourselves to two, I'm happy to come to more. But really, it's like your agenda.
Okay, well, I'll wait and see if others have a strong interest in doing this. Maybe if we do it a little more often, we do it for a shorter period of time, but
Right.
This has been extremely helpful. And, you know, just to echo what Councilor McGee said, there are people who would have an interest in, you know, in coming to Montpelier on things that are of particular interest, or say for Councilor Bergman, the more information that you can give us about when those dates might be, understanding that they're moving targets.
Yep.
You know, it is incredibly helpful to us.
Sure, and I invite anybody to, you know, shoot me an email, say I'm particularly interested in this issue, and you
Great.
let me know if there's anything I can do, you know, that'll help spur some communication.
We didn't want to overwhelm you with.
Yeah, no, I do appreciate
emails.
I do
If you're
appreciate
okay
that.
with it, then that would be
Everything
great.
but me will.
I will say, I always have a standing interest in anything related to the drug pricing, in particular, the OPC.
Thank you for the time.
Well, thank you as well. So we have, we're going on to item 3.1, which is the presentation on the former YMCA. Bruce, I'm not really sure where you'd like to be. We can move the cookies elsewhere, which is fine.
Sure.
And then we understand, Clary, do you have you need a share screen?
I do. Please.
Okay, so why don't we do that? Maybe this is an easy spot for you.
Okay, I think that's right.
Oh, we got lots of help. Jeez, more than enough people are willing to help with the cookies, that's for sure.
I'll take one, Brian.
It's a little league paper.
Yes, I do. Donna, you're probably one of the few people that will remember that one.
Should I connect through
Oh,
wireless? Is there
you
a
can.
way to?
There's when you get on, there should be a BT guest. And then, all you need to do is get on the Zoom link that we have, and then we can, right? And then we can do a
Yes.
share screen. So we'll get that link for you. So I can do this, I just.
Sending me.
Yeah, Clary, I don't have a, I don't have a slide. I can send it to Bruce.
My city council, so.
Yes.
So in the meantime, Bruce, while you're all getting set up, so everyone, for those who don't know, I assume everyone knows Bruce Baker, Clary, architect Clary Buckley. You're here to talk about your project, former I hate to call it the former YMCA, do you have a name for it?
We don't really have a name yet.
Okay.
We can
Old
call it-
Y, okay, Old Y.
Yeah. Karen, just for the clear.
I think I'm
You're in?
getting it.
You're in?
Couldn't, for some reason. I couldn't follow
Okay.
it.
You should be able to, we'll promote you and then you should be able to screen share. But in the meantime, Bruce, if you wanted to start us off and then
Sure.
go to, and then there are probably gonna be some questions from the counselors. And we do have a couple of counselors that are joining us by Zoom.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
So Cleary's going to show a video rendering of what this will look like, what we have approved in June or so, we obtained zoning approval for what is 90 units of housing and some supporting uses, because we have some unused portion of the building that may support some other uses as well. Places without a lot of window space can't support equipment, so there may be other offices or something like that in there. One of the things that's going to be clear is, once you get an approval like that, people think, oh, they can start building, and this is not that site. One of the reasons how I got involved was I knew the people that were trying to develop it from out of states, and I called them, and they clearly in our conversation didn't understand the complexity of this. And there's complexity on two levels. One is stuff from looking at it from the outside. That's a problem. There's urban soils in every soil, every property in that area in Burlington. So to the extent that you're removing soils, they've got to go to Coventry. That's going to be a line item. They didn't know any of that. They didn't know about Act 250. So it was really, they didn't know that their project was an Act 250 common project, which is the first thing you should do in your office before you start this. And then there is a second tier of things, and Cleary can get into those, that we don't know until we do some exploratory demolition, until we do some testing. And I think Cleary is ready to show you this, and he'll describe a little bit more of this, but that's going to be the theme. You'll ask a question and I'll say, well, we think so, or we will know, or we just figured this out.
So this is a video that we produced for the zoning application. The project is substantially the same, although there were a few tweaks to color and the composition of the back that we're getting to that made it better.
would you mind starting?
I wouldn't at all. It's about to end, and I think it may just.
It'll just, okay.
Not sure if it loops automatically or not. So, hopefully this, there we go. The existing building is on the historic register, except for the pool addition that is on the north end of the site. It was all built at the same time. The pitched roof part that you see here and the flat roof part that goes north from here that housed the gym. Were all built at the same time. We have negotiated with the local and the state historic preservation groups. We've got an agreement to tear down all of the existing structure except for the part with the gable roof that you can see on the corner. The project has 90 apartments in it and some amenity spaces on the ground floor and some parking below grade, kind of in the back. The site has a pretty significant grade change from South Union to the area that is sort of down behind City Market and the Howard Center. So we have some access for the parking back there. The project's 6 stories tall. We have done working drawings to a design development level. Those were completed, about 4 weeks ago, and we're working with Reart Company. They're a local construction management and development company. They're working on creating a cost estimate for this, which is gonna be really important for informing how the project moves forward. We expect to get the first look at that next week. And we are cautiously optimistic. Personally think it's a great project, and will be a big improvement for the city. Just one design idea of, let's see. So here's just a still rendering of the building in context. I've always really liked that church on the corner, so we were trying to pick up some of the coloration of that, yellow brick, and also being sympathetic to the brick of the existing building. And anytime anybody wants to ask a question to respond.
Yeah, so Councilor Shannon and King, just so you know, we can see, and Councilor Hightower, we can see you now. So if you have any questions, we see you. Councilor Doherty.
Yes, thank you. At some point in the recent few days, Bruce, someone made a representation that this was going to be student housing. And I've heard a lot of questions from constituents about that, and I was hoping you could address that issue and clear up what needs to be cleared up on that side.
Sure, I think in their use, they were looking at alternatives outside of the hotel, and I told them actually 50 was kind of right, and I couldn't sort of come to the project. We're no, we build housing, we're hoping that we're building units of different sizes, hopefully we can deal with types of people, and hopefully young families.
Can I pause? Yeah. Sorry for interrupting you, but what are you doing specifically to attract, you know, a broader range of particular research?
Well, so these are all going to be for rent.
Yeah.
I think, well, one, we're not, first of all, purpose-built college housing has some amenity spaces and we're not putting in common showers, things like that, which make it really hard to convert it back to another kind of housing. It's like area. So we're not doing those things. We're not, I think the proximity to downtown is really going to attract other folks there. We haven't done anything particular to it. We haven't really thought of it. Given, I don't know that from a legal perspective, I can just say that can't have students there or house.
Right.
Could just say someone that started as a worker and you know, so I guess other than just build something that I'd like to live in.
Thanks.
This is 100% residential.
Well, so that's a good question. So one of the things you're seeing, so if the construction budget comes in at a really high level, you're seeing credit development trying to figure out how to make something happen. And there's room for a cafe there. You'd be looking for other revenues. But we didn't want at the initial, we were interested in speed. We were worried about property having a fire or something internally and burning some of the structures down. So speed was important, so we went for the permitting at the zoning on involved, which was but the cafe could be pretty different. I'll have my office in there support, and we'll probably be a couple of blocks. But primarily, our interest is building a housing block. So you're going to recognize this. This is going to feel like a housing.
So what is the timeline, as one question, to what are the inclusionary zoning elements of this construction? entry do you currently have partners, and what entrance also do you have that in one point you want also change?
Change the corridor to this thing.
Hotel.
Well, so. Number one, what was number one?
Timeline.
So that's a great question. We're really hopeful. So one of the things we're doing right now is we are proceeding on parallel tracks. Normally, what you would do is you would get everything in place, all your design, get your bids out, know all of your costs, and then start construction. So you'll notice there's a fence around there, people are doing hazardous substance debate. So we're doing all that because one of the things that we're experiencing in development now is things that were probably taking 18 months to take 2 years. So long-winded way of saying, we're hoping to start in June, the construction permit. And start construction, and that construction will be 2 years.
And partners, do you have any outside or inside partners?
Yes. So one of the things that was clear to me, and I see this theme happening over and over again, and it's that outside folks that don't have a vested interest in our cities are doing this, and they lose heart, right? They maybe have good intention at the beginning, and they lose heart. Complexity is stronger than they think. So I have investors, and one thing that was critical to this is that they're in it. Sometimes equity can look like that. Okay, we're putting our money in and we're leaving there for 10 years, and that means this project has the best chance of being successful, right? And they're also all from including.
Yeah.
So I need we'll likely be at the 20% of the floor area in the market buildings, and we'll be managing them ourselves. We'll be on site, we should be able to.
And now, between now and June, like the condition of the building itself, gravity inside, what are your essential concerns?
Well, that's interesting. So as I was talking to them early on before we owned it, so I think this was back in March, they asked me to also kind of shore up the building, and we did. And I said, I asked if I could take the graffiti off. We did over a 3-day period. I don't know, some people work out the line, the new line, I know this. 2 days later, it was back bigger than before. And, I don't know, we certainly can protect the building from harm to others in many ways. And we've been working closely with fire marshals to do that. Graffiti, I don't know that we can do that.
I think Councilor Barlow, Councilor Grant, there was someone else as well.
Councilor Denny asked one of the questions about the timeline. This is a really exciting project. It is one of the signature blight properties along with that Memorial Auditorium right now. It's just like, all the wall graffiti, and it's had a number of problems. So thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for fencing it off and putting an end to a lot of that activity that's going on. So I'm excited about the project. So
we are too. We think it's going to be a nice cornerstone. It sort of has a laundry list of all the urban problems we have on site. And that's, but I'm really lucky and really blessed to. I just got to know Clear doing this, and he's done a great job. We have people on the design team, but every one of them has their own area, and he's the maestro conducting the orchestra, and he's done a good job.
Quickly, it really is a very challenging project, right? More challenging than typical things that we see around here. The ravine ran through the northwest corner of the site. We don't know what they used to fill that in. Building. All of the soils are not sufficient to support the building, so we have to upgrade those. We're preserving a historic structure. Well, cutting off part of a historic structure that's all attached and preserving part of it. it's a very tight urban site without any area for construction laydown or sequencing or, you know, which makes it complicated. And then we are forced by zoning to build it to LEED Gold standards as well, which I think we would all agree that sustainability is important, but we might not do every item on that list were it not for that requirement. So just all of those things sort of keep adding complexity to a project.
Counselor Grant, then we'll go to Counselor Travers.
You said you were looking at 90 units. I was wondering if you have an idea approximately what the configuration would be in terms of 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom.
I think there are 23 studios.
I don't have that breakdown memorized. I should have done that before I came. But yeah, there are in that range of studios. There are so there's probably 25 4 bedrooms.
3 in an office. What we're finding a lot of is
There's 3 bedrooms. There are it's heavy on 4s and 3s and studios, and then there are half a dozen 2s, and I think there's one bedroom. Yeah.
Sure, but heavy on 3s and 4s, that's something we hardly ever hear, so that's a little refreshing.
what we're trying to do is see if we can attract, we're seeing people working from home. So that could work for a family or it could work for 2 young professionals who work from home and want to use the other 2 for an office. So I don't know if we're right, but we're seeing that the market's not producing that, so we're trying.
Yeah, that you're absolutely correct about that. You're absolutely correct about that. With regards to raising the fence and issues of people either climbing the fence or breaking through the fence, because there's been a lot of it's been a symbol of some of the blight that we've had in the city, regretfully. So I know that I can speak for many, many people in the city that are glad to hear that it's going to be moving forward. But are you, until you can get through all these processes to get to the point where construction starts, going to have it monitored for some of that activity, just to help make sure that the property is kept cleaned up? I know already that it's been cleaned up a few times.
So one of the things that first of all, we got permission from the fire marshal to block the windows from the inside. Normally they wouldn't do that, but we couldn't protect it. It was being broken into. What's happening is people are stealing tools from construction sites and using them to break it. So I can't protect anything from blocking a sawzall. Right. So the fire marshal allowed us to do that, and that's been a significant barrier. The second thing is, now that we have people there, hazmat removal is going to take about 2.5 months.
Okay.
And we have people there every day. So that we'll know pretty quickly rather than wait a few days and find that out. And that seems to have sort of cast a disinfectant light on whatever activity was happening inside that we didn't know about. Because it's such, I mean, the guys have orange fluorescent paint on the walls to figure out how to get in and out. It has 28 different levels. So it's really hard to find. Once you go in, it's very difficult to find your way out. So it's an odd, it's just an odd configuration inside. So that's our initial item. The second thing we're going to do is I'm going to task one person in the summer when we start construction in full to be responsible, and we'll have a number where people can call on the website to community needs when we're full on working on the site. So that'll, because construction in a tight neighborhood area is going to be difficult. It's going to cause traffic problems. It's going to cause some issues.
Well, thank you for that information. That's really good to know, and thank you for having a forethought of a number that the community can call, once it gets started.
That's not established yet. It'll be in.
But no, so the fact that you're
I think
thinking about it is really important. Thank you.
Bruce, before we go to Councilor Travers, to remind you, just so you know, the microphone before you got here, we have a problem with the microphone. A very nice microphone that I'm told costs $300 is not working. It was broken. Somebody stepped on it. So the only thing that we have in the room is what you're looking at right above the screen. So if you can just, as hard as it is to speak to someone's back, if you can just speak to the microphone. There's a few people that are online and do want to hear very much what you have to say. So the best, whatever you can do to accommodate. Thank you. Councilor Travers, then we'll go to Bergman.
Thanks.
Get some.
I think that was.
There
Sorry,
you go.
I thought if I turned off my microphone right here.
Good God.
Sorry. Too
Uh,
much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I agree with this has been made about this being a very exciting project. There's a few new measures that this council has enacted over the last few years that could potentially impact your project, and you touched on them somewhat, but just wondering if you can dive in a little bit more. One is with respect to the elimination of minimum parking requirements, and just if you could speak a little bit more about what your parking plan is for this building. I just would be interested in that. And then the second question is, I know that in a residential building, there's currently some technological hurdles with respect to domestic hot water in particular, but curious about the extent to which you think you'll be able to electrify other energy systems in the building. So those are my two questions.
I think clearly you can speak to the energy systems better than I could.
Can I talk to the parking too?
Sure.
So we have a little over 40 spaces. It's 43 right now, and the level below, which is obviously less than the number of units. I think this is probably gonna work out some offsite. Hot water generation will be done using gas. Economics of large scale hot water generation. And either end up with a big plant that's very expensive upfront costs, or lots of small hot water heaters and units, and units are pretty efficient right now. So we talked about electric systems. The way we're going right now is gas or hot water. The HVAC systems will be electric. They are, well, they're split systems, so that's all fun. Tight and well insulated building envelope. I mentioned the gold standards. So that's part of our efficiency approach. CX Associates commissioning, both fundamental commissioning and then the building envelope commissioning. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did. I mean, I think acknowledging those technological hurdles, I know the carbon fee that the city just stood up doesn't go into place with respect to domestic hot water until 2026 at this point. But I'm really glad to hear about your sustainability efforts and your efforts to electrify the other energy systems in the building. I think that's great. So thank you.
I'll just say one thing about parking, because I'm a little bit of a park here. Parking management does work. It's tedious, you have to spend a lot of time with your tenants in advance of their tenancy, but we've been able to reduce the demand substantially with tenants by explaining what it really costs to park a car here. Nice little flyer with it. We tend to be able to reduce that demand substantially.
Sorry, that gives me a follow-up question here, which is, have you been partnering with any sort of local organizations and buildings in terms of assistance with transportation demand management plans and so on that are now required, the elimination of parking requirements? Is something you're taking on your own? It's just a question of curiosity.
We haven't yet.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, I've never worked with them. I don't know. We been for a long time sort of coming up with some concepts that ironically they want to incorporate in your ordinance. Like the concept I just described, where we sit down with the tenant and choose a bylaw. Process. You don't need, and one of the advantages of what we're targeting is those folks that don't want costs, they want it because they can live where. That's important to us, try to get them as a tenant, we're willing to spend the time.
Many of my questions were just asked by Ben, but the size and square footage of your, that's fine.
It's one of his dimensions.
Probably.
His dimensions.
The building is how old?
I got a 4-year-old, so how big is the building?
It's
Square
total.
feet? Yeah.
120,000 square feet,
Okay,
but
plus
it's
or
that
minus.
order of magnitude.
And you're talking about families there, which is great. The noise proofing between the units, since 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds are loud.
Get to that level of detail.
Yeah. The partitions between units have a 2x8 on the floor and then staggered 2x4s, and so that stuffs don't go through, and they have acoustic pad insulation. And will you not hear anything? No, you will hear, but we are. It's certainly trying to be responsible in that regard. I think often sound transmission is greater through floors. We are using, well, this building has an interesting mix of steel and concrete floors and wood floors. And it's probably a little too wonky to go into all of the reasons why we're doing that, but so where there's steel and concrete floors, they will be they'll be better at isolating acoustics than the wood, but the wood the assemblies we're using are consistent with the kinds of things you'd see in common sort of.
That's good that you're thinking about it. I guess the last thing just relates sort of the follow on in terms of the TDM work that you're doing inside the building as part of parking management. It sounds like you haven't decided whether to go somebody like Kappa or to go your own, but you're looking at all of those things.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Was there oh, Councilor Chang.
You know, this relatively new organization or enterprise is doing amazing. And all the buildings currently are working with the global, right? And, you know, this one also is the question about climate change and building control, and was just wondering if there are opportunities of you working with them as well to utilize it.
With Label.
Yes.
We can talk about, there are, right now, the design does not have that. And I would, categorize that as a sustainability upgrade. And there are a number of those things that have been talked about. I think the cost estimate that's gonna be a point at which we can start to talk about have the ability to upgrade or not.
Yes, but I think, you know, I'm confident that you are considering to participate in the city's goals about reducing emission. And from my perspective, this is an opportunity at time for you to elevate that strategy for the city as well. Confident that you will be able to do it. Again, I'm joining everybody to just express my excitement and say thank you.
Okay, I think you have, Councilor McGee.
Sorry, just one more question. I apologize if I missed it at some point in the construction timeline, but in terms of the demo, I know you're doing that, it has to get material remediation right there. When does the more substantial demolition start to, like actually taking parts of the building down?
We're hoping to have a construction permit in June. For a number of reasons, and the key point will come when we find out the cost. One of the problems we're having here is you're in an uncertain environment in terms of what needs to be done, you know, like the soils or whatever. And we're in a rapidly inflationary environment as to construction costs. So that's, speed is important to us too, for that reason, and for a lot of the other reasons we talked about. So we're hoping June. Unfortunately, it's gonna take 2 years to build it.
Yep.
Seeing any, were you all set?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I don't think we have any others, and I don't see any of those that are joining us on Zoom. One thing I just wanted to add is that this is a private development. You are not going for federal funding of any sort. And as such, this is not a private-public partnership. You're a brave person to come here and listen to all of us, because this is a private development, and but one that is incredibly important to this community. And so we are, I'm sure, are all grateful for the fact that you're willing to take the time to come and talk with us, take our questions, but mostly I hope you hear lots of excitement about this project. And I'm sure we all wish that it could happen in a lot less than 2 years, but it does take time to build something. Perhaps in a year you'll come back, or maybe give us all a tour when it gets going.
Well, thank you, Karen. We're excited. You know, I was walking around the downtown and I saw this happening. I saw what's happening in other developments, and someone from the new Y was walking 8 children down, stepping over needles around that. And you know, that's when I got these folks together and said we have to do something. The folks that are trying to do the development really don't understand what they're getting involved in. So, you know, we still have a big thing to tackle, and that's the inflationary construction environment. But we'll be able to, I'm hopeful that we can pivot in some way to incorporate, you know, change the project slightly or whatever needs to be done if those numbers are being to make it work. Because we're really committed to building housing inside the city that contributes to a lot of the down.
Oh, it's wonderful that was local people who clearly are incredibly invested in Burlington. And the only thing I just wanted to add is that I know that we all have received a number of emails from people, particularly who are in that neighborhood, who are concerned and are hopeful that putting up 3 and 4 bedroom apartments will be an opportunity for families to live there. You know, we all love the vibrancy of UVM, but we also are concerned that, you know, that area could become even another place for, you know, for students. So if we can somehow or other, there's a way to market that to families, we hope they will do that. Were there any other questions, or, you know, actually we have a whole bunch of staff members here. Anything else, anything that you wanted to add, or? Yeah? You're good? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Take your time, we're in no rush. Yeah.
Yeah, we were not lost it. Great does. Scare ladies. Triple biceps.
So the time is 6:15 or so, 6:17. We'll move on to item 4.1, which is a communication, Mayor Morrow, regarding the South End Court redevelopment agreement and the Gateway Block redevelopment agreement. We will go with the Gateway Block first, to accommodate those two requests under that item. But as they relate to real estate negotiations, we have an expected executive session. I don't see the mayor here. We normally would go to the mayor, see if there's anything in public that he was able to say. I don't know, CEDO Director Pine, if you could do that, or if there's anything people can to update. And if you don't mind coming over here and just speaking to the mic.
The mayor is on his way down.
Okay. Okay.
Like an update.
Okay.
And I will be charged.
If I didn't know better, I would thought that somebody might have been watching this.
We were multitasking upstairs.
Yeah, okay, well, so if there's anything that you want to share.
I do want to, I would like to just say a couple of things about these two executive sessions. We're gonna be talking about both Gateway Block, including the auditorium, and this memorandum of understanding for the south end land that the city owns and that we are exploring whether we can jointly pursue a kind of master plan with two other major landowners. Champlain College and the Ride Your Bike Partnership, also Russ Scully and his partnership. In some ways, these are very different agreements that will address completely different issues. The kind of circumstances of the two different projects are quite different. And the location is quite different, and the goals are different. One thing that the two agreements that we are working on, however, share is that the stage that they are. Both of these agreements, we're gonna talk about in the executive session, and then we're gonna talk about publicly very soon, and I'll come back to that in a moment. Are really agreements to try to agree in the future. Both of these projects are at quite early stages. We are not in position, we're not going to be able to come back to you in the next few weeks with clearly defined development projects that have binding commitments on both sides, other than a binding commitment, at least for now, to continue to work together. What we are trying to do, however, is as this administration is entering its last couple months, is to see if we have consensus between the administration and the current council about the direction that we hope these projects will go, about what public goals are, and that these public goals are consistent with the current thinking of private partners that we are working with. And it is, I think we have a good chance to succeed at that and to hand off then to the next administration, future council, important foundation for the binding agreements that will need to come if these projects are going to be developed in these ways over the next year or so. So when I say this is going to become a public conversation soon, here's what I mean by that. This is the first time we are talking about these agreements with the city council, and these are real estate negotiations, and thus it's important, and it's ultimately important for doing our job to taxpayers and all residents of Burlington, that we have the ability to talk amongst ourselves and not prematurely release information that would actually kind of work against us. So that's why we're proposing this executive session. Excuse me. However, the plan is to come back 2 weeks from now with work sessions, public work sessions for both of these agreements. That would be a time when there will be public discussion, public questions asked. No action will be taken at that time. If we stay on track, and I think there is some
uncertainty about that because, again, this is one of the first times we're talking about these agreements at this level. The hope is to come back after that in March with these actual pre-development agreements, and we'll use these preliminary agreements for the council to act upon. So this is the first of what is envisioned as three meetings, and later two would be joint public meetings. So hope that's helpful, and I'll leave it there. Thanks, President Paul.
Great, thank you. So with that, we'll give a motion. Did you wish to ask somebody?
I can probably ask it, I think as long as it's not gonna be out of order in the context of the first motion finding substantial. I have questions about this process.
Okay, actually, as I believe this is the case, there's only one motion.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Talking about the, yes.
So we would go to the motion and then we'll go to discussion and then you have is that what you wish to do? Or do you want to ask now in open session?
I'd like to ask in open session so that and let me, I guess it's I think, and I've heard real criticisms from constituents about the process that we have had going into executive session with things like development agreements and for people not knowing about it. And I tend to think, and this seems to me to be an example where the order is most appropriately switched. I absolutely appreciate going into executive session to talk about real estate negotiations because we're like, that's negotiation. That makes no sense to me. But to not first on both of these issues have a public conversation that invites public comment on the public policies and goals, the general issues involved in the areas, the zoning allowances, things like that. And then for us to be informed generally by that and then go into executive session makes this seem more open and transparent, giving us most information and it feeling not like a railroad. So I would like us to switch that order, and I guess that I'll wait for a motion. It's actually not a question, but I think that I'm just to let folks know that I would probably vote against this process and want it to be switched. And I'm sorry if that delays thing. I didn't know anything about this until Thursday, Friday. So there's that. So thank you for giving me this chance.
Did you want to?
Thank you, first of all. I just think it's important to point out that I'm not totally following that comment in that both these projects we've attempted to do, I think what Councilor Berman asked for was a public presentation about it just in the last approximately a month. I don't remember the exact date, but with the developers of that we are contemplating going into an agreement with. It came and presented to the council, presented to the public, laid out their current thinking. Had a public discussion about where this might go. So that has taken place. Similarly, with the South End, we have gone through an extensive long period of time where we've been talking about redevelopment of these parking lots in the South End. We know the community is very eager to see a higher and better use happen here. We had months of public discussion, debate around the upzoning of those parcels. The district that is largely comprised of this area, and had public hearings, and the public made clear they want to see housing and other development of these parcels take place. So we're trying to take those public discussions and now advance with you, the city council, towards pre-development agreements. The idea that something is being railroaded here, when I just described that we're envisioning a process of taking place over about 6 weeks to get to preliminary agreements that would have no binding elements to them, I think this is the opposite of railroad, is what we're trying to take place here. I think would be valuable for the council, and it would improve how we take the next steps in the public conversation and ensure that there's some level of agreement about the way in which we're going forward. It's the next step if we take this slide, but if the council doesn't wanna, the council would prefer to skip this step, so be it.
Okay, so, thank you for that. Councilor Hightower, did you want to speak to this before we go into executive session?
Yeah, I guess just a comment along the same lines as Jean's, which is that I guess there was just several things that the mayor just listed off in terms of what the goals were, and one of them was like to make sure that we're on the same page in terms of like what our goals are like what the council and the administration's goals are with this. And that doesn't feel like an executive session comment or discussion. So I just want to make sure that in executive session, we're talking about that second part of that, which is what a pre-development agreement would look like, which is not, I think, the same discussion.
Fair point. You have your hand up, Councilor Grant.
Yes, I kind of disagree with what the mayor just said with regards to the memorial block, the Gateway project, because we were asked to vote on something the same day we got first introduced to it. So that wasn't an extensive process. I personally had a lot of feedback from my constituents about that. So there is something that is valid about having a public process first. Thank you.
Okay.
Can you clarify, Councilor Grant, what you mean by, what did we ask you to vote on? When we saw it for the first time with
The MOU.
LOI. LOI. Yeah.
The letter of intent, thank you, the letter of intent.
Okay, so, Councilor Doherty, you have the motion in front of you. There's no other comments. Before we go into executive session, Councilor Doherty, motion.
Sure, Principal. I would move to enter into executive session. Council to communicate with legal counsel and the city administration about negotiations related to the South End coordinated redevelopment, pre-development agreement and the Gateway Block pre-development agreement pursuant to 1 BSA section 313.
Great, thanks, Councilor Doherty. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Barlow. Thank you so much. Is there any discussion on the motion to go into executive session? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to go into executive session, please say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Any opposed to that motion?
No.
So we have a vote. I'm assuming that I heard one voice, Councilor Hightower, yes. We're gonna need to do, you know what, we're gonna need to do this by roll, because I just realized. So
Right.
we'll go on.
Point of
order.
information, very quick,
Yeah.
before we haven't received a draft pre-development agreement, right? That we're talking about in executive session.
Yes, that is correct, yes. So.
Yes, we have not received.
Yes, we have not received.
Right.
Okay, so, you're gonna bear with me, because I don't know off the top of my head, everybody in alphabetical order. But I will do it by ward. So we'll go with, Councilor Hightower first.
No.
Motion to go into executive session, aye or nay?
Nay.
Okay. So, okay, then, Councilor Bergman.
Nay.
Okay, Councilor McGee.
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter.
Yes.
Councilor Travers.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Paul, yes. Counselor Jang,
Yes.
yes. Counselor King,
Yes.
okay. Counselor Grant,
Yes.
Counselor Barlow,
Aye.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
and Counselor Doherty.
Yes.
Okay, so we have 10 ayes and 2 nays, so the motion passes to go into executive session. So we are in executive session, and now in addition to the mayor's staff, to the assistant city attorney, to the CAO, the executive session will include CEDAR Director Brian Pine, Assistant Director Samantha Dunn, Director of Planning Megan Tuttle, Planner Charles Billiard, and as well for the Gateway Project, our consultant Jeff Glassberg. Am I leaving anyone out? No? Okay, all right, so the executive session, we will be out of executive session in 1 hour, and then we will go upstairs for public forum. For those who are joining us on Zoom, you should have in your inbox a Zoom link for an executive session. If you can leave this and join us on the other, we will wait for you.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
They are working. It's just that the volume in here is so loud that I didn't know if my microphone was working. But that's okay. We apologize for keeping everyone waiting. The time is now 7:38, so we're a few minutes behind with public forum. Before we begin public forum, I'd like to note that we have a process for public forum, and I speak for the full council as we share a strong commitment to an orderly process and one that honors all voices and above all, a respectful discourse. For those that are joining us in Contois, we have a timer system that is on the table in front of me. It has 3 lights. The green light will shine when you begin speaking, the second yellow light when you have 30 seconds left, and then the last red light will shine when your time is up. Please complete your sentence when the sound and the light indicate that your time is up so that we can give everyone equal time and keep this process moving along. If you're joining us online, there's a timer system that is set up on Zoom. We don't have a light system, but when your 2 minutes is up and the clock winds down to 0, please complete your sentence so we can move on to the next community member. We have a hybrid system for public forum. If you wish to speak in person, there are forms to my right in the back corner of the room. Please bring them to the clerk in the front, or if you can just leave them on the table, we will collect them. It's been our practice that Burlington residents will have first priority to speak. We will go to Burlington residents in Contois who've submitted a form, then to Burlington residents online who have completed an online form. We will go back to Contois for any Burlington property owner or a representative of Burlington-based organization joining us in person, then online, and we will complete the public forum process with non-Burlington residents joining us in Contois, and then finish up with online non-Burlington residents. During public forum, we ask that you please use respectful language. We'd like to remind everyone here this evening and everyone that is joining us online that there are families who watch our council meetings. It's their connection to civic engagement, and parents use our forum to teach our city's children about city government, and we expect that everyone will refrain from using profanity. When you are here in person, please face me when you sit at the table in front of me. Direct your comments to me as the chair and not to anyone else at this table, nor to the audience that is gathered in back of you. And please do not personalize your comments. This rule will be enforced, and again, we are very interested in what you have to say, and it's a lot easier for us to listen more intently when you speak respectfully. With that, we will go to those Burlington residents that are joining us in Contois. And just also wanted to acknowledge that in addition to the counselors that are joining us in person, we do have Counselor Hightower that is joining us on Zoom. The first speaker is Jake Schuman, to be followed by James Sherrard. Jake, good evening.
Good evening. So I am here tonight. I will be presenting with a group of my peers on the Dog Task Force report coming up. So I just wanted to say that I think that task force is a great model that I hope that the next council can learn from as a group of citizens coming together to solve a problem, representing all the different diverse perspectives, reaching agreement on things that might be complicated and difficult where some people might not be happy with the result, but trying to find a solution that works for everyone and moves us in the right direction. I think that this group really shows us what we can do in this community, and I regret that we don't do it more often. On January 22nd, we had a divisive city council meeting, and I had proposed to you, President Paul, not a compromise, but something that I think would have made that situation a little bit better, modeled off this task force. in December, we had another divisive council meeting on December 11th. On December 12th, they wrote a resolution, and it looked like that had not just a majority of council support, but enough councilors potentially who supported it that it would pass the procedural hurdle of revisiting the motion of December 11th. That was nixed by allies in my coalition, and I'm not sure that everyone knows that. I guess to put this to a fine point, I really regret that not all of those 1,700 people who this council decided not to honor the voice and perspective
Thank you.
of, not all of them will show up to vote. I want all of you, all 1,700 of you, to please show
Thank
up
you.
on town meeting day.
Thank you very much. So our next speaker is James Sherrard, to be followed by Jane McDougall. Good evening.
Hello, excuse me. And thank you very much.
Would you like to speak before me? That's fine.
Yes, yes, I would. Thank
Okay,
you.
please do. I actually can't give permission.
No worries. Good evening, Jane.
Good morning, good evening. How are you?
We're doing great.
The situation that I am before you, I have a friend named Pam that runs the lingerie store, Bertha Church. We were talking privately, and she was asking about, how about police? How about policing Church Street? And basically, there's not enough cops. There's not enough cops to fix the situation. As well as you know, there's not enough cops in the community. And all I'm just saying is, if you want not to have disasters, fighting, drugs, and everything else, let's see more police. Let's see more police patrol the community from Cathedral Square to the courthouse. I'm asking you a lot because for the simple reason we used to have cops, and there's no more. What are you going to do about it? I mean, what is the mayor going to do about it, the new mayor? Can you give me some answers?
Well, public forum is not an opportunity for us to engage in a back and forth, but I can assure you that your voice is being heard.
Well, right in Cathedral Square, there's drugs. Right around Cathedral Square, there's drugs. How are we going to clean that up? It's a public building.
We certainly hear your comments, and we appreciate your coming forward. Yes, we will go on to our next speaker. We'll go back to James.
No, thank you. No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, James.
Hi.
Thanks so much. Thanks for your help.
Madam President, Mayor, Councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening regarding deliberative agenda item 9.4, amending the City Place Development Agreement. I'll start off with a definition. The definition of a bait and switch being the intention of the seller to encourage the purchase of substitute goods, making consumers satisfied with the altered goods under the threat of acquiring no goods at all. It suggests that the seller will not show the original product or service advertised, but instead will demonstrate a lower quality product. In either case, the seller expects to earn a higher margin on the substitute product. I believe the request of the City Place developers to sacrifice 70 housing units for 350 hotel rooms is in fact a bait and switch. I could talk about how Burlington's 38% owner occupancy rate pales in comparison to South Burlington's 60% owner occupancy rate. I could talk about how in 2021, Mayor referred to housing as a human right. I could talk about how it was promised to the City of Burlington 312 affordable homes by 2026 in the 10-point plan. But I don't have time for that in 2 minutes. What I do have time to remind the council of is that there will never be a shortage of investors finding more ways to make money. There is, however, an acute and critical shortage of housing for Burlingtonians at this very moment. I believe that a vote for the amendment is not a vote to address the housing crisis in earnest. And I believe that a vote for the amendment is a clear statement that the desires of the wealthiest among us are being prioritized over those struggling to find housing in Burlington. So I urge the councilors to encourage the developers to honor the agreement as it currently stands. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Solveig Overby, to be followed by Romeo von Herman. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Solveig Overby. You all know me. For speed, I'm going to read. And I know you had an earlier executive session on the Gateway Block pre-development agreement at which these private arrangements are being devised for development of 3 valuable downtown properties. I have concerns about this situation, and I have communicated with Council President Paul and other city councilors asking the question, why has the city derailed the Gateway Block request for proposal process? This communication is available on the consent agenda for this meeting for those that want to read it. On May 15th, 2019, the Public Works Commission, on which I sat at the time, received a briefing on a robust public Gateway Block request for proposal process that was underway. The Gateway Block includes municipal properties of Memorial Auditorium, the historic firehouse, and the parking lot at Main and South Prospect Streets. My communication summarizes how this RFP has been derailed and has been replaced by a sole bidder letter of intent from developers Eric Farrell and Joe Larkin, who make probably nice guys. I ask, however, that the city councilors insist on a robust public request for proposal process for any Gateway Block development. Do not consecrate a deal hiding behind a series of executive sessions. A deal designed to lock the city into a vague development agreement by March 29th, right before Mayor Weinberger leaves office, somewhat referred to the same situation that's happened with City Place. Council must not facilitate a repeat of our Burlington Town Center City Place experience, which has been 10 years of development agreement zigs and zags, amended, restated, 2.0 version, and now to be potentially amended, further continually changing development agreements. As the saying goes, the hurrier you go, the behinder you get. And city councilors, you have the power and responsibility to prevent this mess from happening again. Please take it.
Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Romeo von Herman, to be followed by Kathy Alwell.
Thank
Good
you,
evening.
Good evening. Madam President, Mr. Mayor, good to see you as always. City councilors, city administrative team, fellow Burlingtonians. Just like the speakers before me, I just want to share my concern regarding the ever-changing priorities of the City Place project. City Place the current plan, as I understand, includes a maximum, again, I could be very, very well wrong, maximum of 350 total hotel units and a minimum of 350 housing units, fewer than originally planned. This means that City Place was permitted for up to 422 units, housing unit rather, and now they're saying it'd be no more less than 350 housing units, of that 70 being affordable housing. I think the decision to change what originally it was is short-sighted. Additionally, the perception of hotels as a symbol of urban development overshadows the more fundamental need for additional affordable housing in our city. We have enough hotels. There are at least quite a number of them, pretty close to each other. I'm not sure we need so many hotels considering the chronic housing shortage in town, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Kathy Alwell, to be followed by Karen Long, and then Michael Long. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Alwell. I live in Ward 1, and again, I'm here before you to ask you to heed the MPA's request of 45 days to give the citizens a chance to understand what is before the council and be able to discuss it with our councilors. So last meeting, it was the zoning rewrite, and this week, it's the change in the number of housing units being taken out of City Place, and not one, but 2 hotels now being proposed. And the third, the RFP process on the sale of the Gateway block that I thought you were going to vote on tonight, but I found out that's not so, but I'm glad. But I still think you should slow down on it. And without a correct RFP process having been publicly asked for, something we on the school board, which I was on for many, many years, would never have been allowed to do. As this reeks of backroom deals and impropriety, and this can open up lawsuits. Slow this all down. We want a fair and open process. Don't rush into it. And I would ask you all to please, as far as the zoning goes, please all read Paul Bierman's Digger opinion piece on February 8th. You will see how understanding of ecology and science and creative mind can give you alternatives for building housing that is on green space. And we need to protect the lake and the runoff into it. So anyway, please slow down. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So our next speaker is Karen Long, to be followed by Michael Long and Chris Gish. Good evening, Karen.
Hi. Neighborhood code is only being talked about now because people have sounded an alarm. What started as a process to allow 2, 3, and 4 units morphed into 8 to 10 units on almost every city lot. My neighborhood is under constant pressure to become student rentals. If you really think neighborhoods are the soul of our city, you will send this back to committee. 2 weeks ago, Councilor Shannon said they did not discuss stormwater or infrastructure because that's not a zoning issue. Last summer, the beaches were closed 51 days compared to 32 days in 2022. That's a 59% increase. The planning office and the joint committee should discuss the lake and water quality, not density at all cost. Be bold and say no until we get this right. This administration loves to keep the public out while claiming there was a public process. The amended development agreement before you replaces 77 City Place housing units with 350 hotel rooms. The development agreement keeps changing, or the project becomes to a halt for years because the financing isn't there. The financing should be there from the start. We're in the middle of a housing crisis, and our downtown doesn't need 50% more hotel rooms. City Place is back on the agenda because the zoning was fast-tracked and rules to safeguard a project like this were broken. And now the Gateway project. The council, or Gateway block, sorry. The council was misled in November and pressured to vote. This no-bid contract for the Gateway project may be illegal. Vermont state law does have something to say about no-bid contracts. We need an opinion from an independent attorney, not one on the city's payroll, and one who does not have the city as a client. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Michael Long, to be followed by Chris Gish. Good evening, Michael.
Good evening.
I just want to say that it's time, I think, for the council, the community, and the mayor to all take a deep breath. There's so many items on the agenda on the table. We have two big public policy decisions that are upcoming, the MOU and the neighborhood code zoning revision. We have two major developments that are afoot, City Place and the Gateway Block. And I just want to emphasize that I think it's far more important to proceed thoughtfully and get it as right as we possibly can than it is to move forward hastily in an effort to get it done before a new mayor and a new council are sworn in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker that's joining us in Contois, a Burlington resident, is Chris Gish. Good evening.
Hi. I'm here tonight to try to express as respectfully as I can how frustrated I am at the process that Burlington residents have experienced as far as climate policy. And I think a similar statement could be said about many other issues in our city. A lot of the councilors here tonight have told us to have faith in representative democracy, to not bother with Prop 0 or voter-led referendums or these petitions and all these things. We should just engage with the process that's already in front of us. But with climate policy, and particularly I'm talking about closing this one really specific loophole for biofuels in existing climate policy, as an example. We've done all those things. We've met with our councilors. We've attended more than a dozen meetings, council and committee meetings over the last year to raise exactly this concern. We engaged in a ballot question last spring that we did not write or have any hand in writing because we couldn't. And guess what? We're at the same place. Nothing happened. It doesn't seem, maybe, I hope folks are listening, but there's no change has been made. It doesn't seem like we have any ability to have an impact on policy. I know I met with Councilor Travers for about an hour and a half last spring about exactly this issue, and then I heard almost a year later that there hadn't been much process and that this was like something new that was coming up at the last minute. So when I hear there hasn't been enough process, what I'm actually learning that means is there hasn't been enough process that's been led by Burlington Electric or Vermont Gas or other special interests. And that honestly is appalling to me. So fine, please vote yes on item 9.9 today, give the city a chance to have a ballot item in August, and maybe we can make some progress there. But more so, please learn to listen to people, not special interests or polluters. We are running out of patience on this issue, so I can only say to my fellow Burlingtonians, please don't stop organizing, don't stop trying to hold your elected officials accountable, and please vote in a few weeks.
Thank you so much. We will go to those that are joining us online. We have 3 Burlington residents that are joining us by Zoom. The first is Rye Sherman. And Rye, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak. You just unmute on your end.
Wonderful. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, city councilors. My name is Rye Sherman, and I'm a Burlington resident and a student at UVM. I'm incredibly scared for our future. We need real climate policies, and it's up to you, our elected officials, to stand up and lead us towards positive climate action. I'm here today to ask you to please vote yes on the resolution to put the carbon impact fee ordinance on the ballot. I, along with my fellow Burlington voters, have the right to vote and say yes to stronger action on climate. The science is clear. We need to reduce our emissions from buildings. It's important to put a fee on fuels that emit carbon pollution rather than falsely treating them as zero-emission fuels. And it's important to expand our policies beyond the very small number of buildings that they currently cover. I also want to say that UVM has spoken against this resolution at the last city council meeting, and I want to make it clear that UVM does not speak on behalf of its students on this issue. I'm one of 136 and counting students, alumni, and employees who've signed onto a petition created just a few days ago asking UVM to stop lobbying against stronger building decarbonization. Please vote yes on this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks so much. The next person is Sharon Busher. And Sharon, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now.
Yes, thank you. President Paul, I want to let you know that I have no picture. I just have this pattern, and I can't see you. The only person I can see is Councilor Hightower, so hi to Councilor Hightower, but anyway.
Okay, well, thank you for letting us know. We'll
Thank
see
you.
what we can do.
So I'm focused, like many other people, on many of the moving targets, the very big and real issues. You know, the statement, divide and conquer. I feel like the council and the administration have been very effective with the community because there are so many significant issues that impact our lives before you in a very short 6 months or less time period to act on, and with little time for public input. We feel left out. It's our community. You happen to be elected by us, but it's our community, and we are not feeling heard. I want to focus on City Place and what other people have talked about, the change, the 2 hotels versus 1 hotel. I just wondered if the mayor and his administration had reached out to UVM or the hospital to ask if they would like to have had some residential presence there for their employees. We just met with the hospital in Ward 1, and the hospital is looking for collaboration and places for their employees to live. Also, at the Y, that's a private development, but Bruce Baker, I'm hoping that I'll reach out to him separately, but I was hoping that perhaps he could have reached out to, once again, the hospital or the university to get collaboration. I do not believe that a 4-bedroom unit is going to generate a family. They're not going to be able to afford it. That's going to be 4 students with around $1,000 a bed. It's not going to be for families. And what's sad to me, Karen, I'm sorry, President Paul, is that we don't know the cost, and that neighborhood is already under siege. So it's really sad. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the last person joining us online, and that is Caroline Weedman. And Caroline, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You just need to unmute on your end.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for your time this evening and dedication to the city of Burlington. Today, I am going off of, I'm here with Rye and continuing on to that point, that we as UVM students are demanding climate action. And I just want to remind you all of the crossroads we find ourselves at this point in time. In terms of climate action, our choices today will permanently influence public health, our infrastructure, our education, and so much more. So I urge you all to vote affirmatively and place this item on the ballot, enabling voters to vote in favor for this energy tax. I urge you all to open your eyes to the fact that the impacts from human activity are already here, as said by another speaker this evening, whether it's the way Lake Champlain is rendered unusable at times due to the algae, or the way our ski seasons continually grow shorter. These are also some of the industries that are what makes Vermont the state that it is. I urge you all to make your decision today in not just the best interest of your generation or the money in your pocket, but for our posterity and the dreams that they may never get to have. The most expensive price we can pay, after all, is irreversible damage to the lovely state of Vermont. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we will return to Contois. There is one person who is joining us who is a Burlington property owner or representative of Burlington-based organization. That is Lauren Marino. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Lauren Marino, and I am the project manager for Cathedral Square.
If you can just get a little closer, that's great. Thank you.
I'm the project manager at Cathedral Square, a nonprofit housing organization which primarily serves older adults. Cathedral Square wants to speak in support of the use of home and CDBG funding to provide affordable housing, particularly service-enriched housing for low-income older adults. Home funding has provided a critical source of capital used to construct many of our housing communities, including Juniper House and Thayer House, to name just two. A little about who we serve. Our average resident participating in SASH, support and services at home, has 7.4 chronic conditions, indicating the vulnerability and care needs of the population we serve. We serve 1,300 residents in 27 housing communities, 10 of which are in Burlington. 93% of our residents are low or very low income, and nearly 20% were previously homeless. Our SASH-supported accessible housing supports our residents in living independently for as long as safely possible. We all know how severe the need for housing in Burlington is and throughout the state. Our waitlist alone is over 1,000 households. With Vermont's aging population and the 65 to 74-year-old age demographic being the fastest growing, the provision of affordable age-specific units that can support aging in place is critical not only for older adults, but for the overall health of the housing market as well. When seniors move into our housing, some of them free up other homes that can be made available to younger households. We support the use of home and CDBG for 3 program areas: new permanently affordable housing construction, renovation of existing affordable housing, and housing retention services to help us support our residents being successful in their housing, preventing evictions, and preventing homelessness. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback and for your support of affordable housing.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public forum? I will check online as well. Okay, seeing none, we will close the public forum at 8:09 and continue with our agenda. The next item on our agenda is item number 6, which is climate emergency reports. Is there any counselor or the administration who wishes to offer a climate emergency report? Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Paul. I've got a couple updates to share with the public and the council. Several weeks ago, I shared that the administration was supporting a new ambitious change to the state renewable energy standard, and that BED was working closely with a coalition of environmental groups and other utilities on a framework for the bill. I wanted to just update folks that last week this new renewable energy standard cleared the House Energy and Environment Committee, a key milestone in the passage of this new standard, which will have wide-ranging impacts. I'm excited to support this legislation, which would largely achieve 100% renewable energy statewide by 2030, meeting the goal that where the city has been since 2014. In doing that, while maintaining existing renewable resources and aligning BED's procurement of significant new renewable energy with anticipated growing demand as more Burlingtonians switch to electric vehicles and heat pumps and other electric technologies. So this is, I believe, very likely the most significant piece of environmental legislation moving in Montpelier this year. It's on track. The city, through BED, is at the heart of this debate, and we will continue to engage it. Just also a smaller note, but an important one, something that used to be rare and a big deal, and we for years bemoaned the lack of technology to do transactions like this. The Burlington Electric Department just took possession of 2 new electric F-150 Ford Lightnings that replaced gas burning pickup trucks, and we got some assistance from the state to pay for this, as well as the federal incentives that are out there. And it's now something that it's just such a striking change from just a few years ago, when the only electric equipment we're able to add was like lawn mowers and maybe a small vehicle to help us access, do work on the bike path. Now we have new automobiles are electric. We're moving into the light truck area and have viable electric options, and we are actively in conversations about expanding our heavy-duty electric as well. So it's an exciting time with the fleet conversion, and there'll be much more on that in the months ahead as we complete a fleet study and bring that forward to the public and the council. Thanks, President Paul.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weinberger. Are there any councilors who wish to offer a climate emergency report? Seeing none, we'll close out that item and move on to item number 7, which is the public health and safety emergency reports. Go to the council first. Is there Councilor Grant?
Thank you. I just wanted to do another report on information provided by the Chittenden County State's Attorney with regards to the number of cases that they have, the backlog, and also some information on the types of cases. We're still seeing a huge issue of the fact that there's a lot of fear in our community, a lot of frustration, a lot of anger, and that has created a hotbed of misinformation, disinformation, and a lot of it is around the state's attorney's office, what is and what is not being done, when it should be a conversation of what can and cannot be done. So I'm going to try again to address some of those issues. So first of all, these numbers are for Chittenden County because the court system can't separate out how many things are from Burlington. The number remains around 3,000 cases, beginning of February, 2,990 to be precise. That is not at all an insufficient load, is in fact quite a heavy load. So this perception that nothing is getting done by a state's attorney is false. And we really need, when we hear that in our community, to push back on that. These cases include 45 pending assault and robbery charges, 182 pending burglary charges, 789 pending retail theft cases, 222 operation without owner's consent, i.e. car theft charges. So the state's attorney herself is carrying over 200 cases, including several murders. Clearance rate is still good. Had a couple of months where it dipped, but then it went back up. Murder cases take more court time. So if you have a particular case that's taking more court time, that takes away court time from other cases because their court time is limited. The other thing I would like to say is, again, that the state's attorneys across our state cannot prosecute something that they've never received. So if individuals in the community feel very strongly that something has happened, they feel there's sufficient evidence, there may be, there may not be. You have to have the incident number, but you can contact the state's attorneys, or you can contact your city councilor, and we can reach out to the state's attorney to determine if, in fact, a case made it to their office, because they're not responsible for not prosecuting cases that they never got. And that is a reality of a situation for a whole variety of things I don't have time for. But I want to give a shout out to the Ward 8 MPA. I did go and we did a whole segment on mythbusters with public safety, as well as having an understanding of where we're at with the numbers on our police force and what we're actually going to be budgeting to and why. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councilor Grant. Any other councilors who wish to offer a public health and safety emergency report? Seeing none, we will, seeing no others, did you, no? Yes.
Yep.
Mayor Weinberger, please go ahead.
Thanks, President Paul. I'd like to give some updates on our efforts to expand methadone treatment and the progress that we have been making at the winter warming shelter, a couple of items there. I think when we think about how can we address the challenges we've been seeing in the downtown over the last couple of years, improved drug access and expanded homelessness services are two of the most important elements to doing that, and this is a little bit of progress on both fronts. First of all, I serve on the opioid advisory settlement committee of the legislature, along with numerous other local officials, and one of the things that I've been pushing for well over a year now is expanded methadone access. It's clear that in the current drug crisis, which is a different drug crisis than in before the pandemic, fentanyl is the dominant drug, and for numerous people, buprenorphine, the old treatment drug of choice, is no longer nearly as effective. Having methadone as an option is more important than it's ever been. The legislature agreed and appropriated $8 million to a variety of treatment efforts, a variety of responses to the opioid epidemic. $2 million of that was for expanded methadone access. It took until November, until after Thanksgiving, for an RFP to be released, despite many of us pushing for faster action and different action than a time-consuming RFP process. And what I wanted to share with the council, however, has heard that before, is that the Chittenden Clinic, the Howard Center, did respond with the city's support to that RFP at the end of January, since the last time we met. And it is my hope that that will now be funded, and that the Department of Health will work with the Howard Center and the city to quickly set up this new dosing unit that would bring methadone treatment back to downtown Burlington for the first time in many years, and be an important addition to our services to address the drug crisis. I urge the council to stay focused on this in the months ahead, even once I'm no longer serving in this role, in that we have seen again and again across the state methadone facilities be delayed and delayed and delayed for years, and that could happen here too if the city doesn't stay vigilant. So want to bring this to your attention. If approved, this dosing unit would be co-located with the Community Health Center in Safe Harbor, and we would have another key partner. Would not just be the Howard Center, it would also be the Community Health Centers of Burlington that would be part of this. Second update I wanted to give was with respect to the winter warming shelter. I believe it was 2 weeks ago, I was proud to accept on behalf of the city team a $90,000 award from Hannaford Supermarket to support that winter warming shelter and other initiatives by the city to address unsheltered homelessness. This $90,000 will be used for meals and basic need supplies, and also has helped us properly staff that facility. This is the largest gift of its type that Hannaford's is making in its service area. In addition, we have just received a grant for over $37,000 from the state to fund nursing services at the 3 low barrier shelters, the Elmwood Avenue Shelter, the Champlain Inn, and the winter warming shelter. Here too, we have a partnership with the Community Health Center, and that they are providing these services, and working closely with the Burlington Fire Department Community Response Team to help these high-risk guests get help. The winter warming shelter served over 100 people, and thanks to our hardworking city staff and community partners, the efforts of this since it opened in December are going very well. Thank you, President Paul.
Great, thank you so much, Mayor Weinberger. If there's no others, then we will continue. My apologies.
Just
Councilor
one
Grant.
quick note that I forgot. That case count that I mentioned early is criminal cases only. It does not include the family court cases, just as a FYI. So there's actually more that they're working on. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Counselor Grant. Before we get to our deliberative agenda and our consent agenda, we do have 4 other meetings that we have to attend to. So we will recess the council meeting at 8:23 and call to order the Local Control Commission meeting at the same time. The first item on our agenda is item 1.1, which is the motion to adopt the agenda. Commissioner Shannon.
Move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you so much. Seconded by Commissioner Travers. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. We have an agenda. That brings us to item number 2, which is the consent agenda. Commissioner Shannon, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Yes, there is, and take the actions indicated.
That sounds good to me. Seconded by Counselor Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes, and we have approved our consent agenda. We have one item on the deliberative agenda. It is 3.1, a first and third class liquor license application for the archives. Commissioner Shannon.
I move to approve the 2024-2025 first and third class liquor license application for the archives
Thank you so much, Commissioner
with all
Shannon.
standard conditions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Shannon. Seconded by Commissioner Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes. And with no other business on that agenda and seeing no objection, we'll adjourn the Local Control Commission meeting at 8:25 and call to order the Local Cannabis Control Commission meeting. The first item on that agenda is also 1.01, which is a motion to adopt the agenda. Commissioner Shannon.
Move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you so much. Seconded by Commissioner Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes, and we have our agenda. The only other item of business on this agenda is our consent agenda. So I'll go once again to the Chair of the License Committee, Commissioner Shannon.
I move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Great, thank you so much. Seconded by Commissioner Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes. And again, with no other business on that agenda and seeing no objection, we'll adjourn the Local Cannabis Control Commission meeting at 8:26. We do have 2 other meetings, and that is the full Board of Abatement of Taxes and the City Council with Mayor presiding, both of which are chaired by the mayor. So I will pass the gavel to Mayor Weinberger to preside over those 2 meetings. And we have, we did call the Board of Tax Abatement earlier in the agenda, so if you can go to that one first, and then then do the mayor presiding, so that because we shouldn't be calling that meeting to order until 8:30, just in case there are people that are planning on attending.
Great, thank you, President Paul. I will call to order the full Board of the Abatement of Taxes at 8:26 p.m. And the first item on the agenda is the agenda, and I would welcome a motion to adopt it.
I'd move the adoption of the agenda as stated.
Thank you,
Second.
Councilor Bergman, seconded by President Paul. Any discussion of the agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This brings us to the only order of business, which is the adoption of the consent agenda. And I welcome a motion on that.
And I would move the adoption of the consent agenda just acknowledging that there are two items there that if we were to adopt it and take the actions indicated, that if we were to adopt it, we'd be taking the recommendations, approving the recommendations of the subcommittee of the Board of Tax Abatement.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
Second by President Paul. Any discussion of the consent agenda? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And having completed the warned agenda, if there is no objection, I will adjourn the full Board of Abatement of Taxes at 8:28 p.m. And just to confirm I was understanding you properly, President Paul, I will now go to the City Council Mayor presiding, or do we have a timing issue?
We called that meeting because we have to schedule them on Civic Clerk. We called that for 8:30, but I think we're probably close enough.
Great, we are quite close. With that, I will call to order the City Council and Mayor presiding at 8:28 p.m. and would welcome a motion on the agenda.
Motion to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Councilor McGee. Discussion of the agenda, amendments. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote on the motion. Please say aye. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Brings us to item 2, which is the consent agenda. Would welcome a motion to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
So moved.
Thank you, President Paul. Is there a second from Councilor McGee? Any discussion of the consent agenda, which is just a communication on the openings of the boards and commissions? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, this brings us to our deliberative items, which we do have 3 board and commission appointments. The first is for the Conservation Board for a term expiring June 30th, 2027. And I will open the floor for nominations. Councilor Travers.
I nominate Leslie Spencer.
Thank you. Are there any additional nominations? Are there any additional nominations? Seeing none, I will close the floor to nominations. Is the applicant, Leslie Spencer, here in attendance or online and interested in speaking to the council? I don't believe so.
I'm just going to check.
Okay.
They are not online.
Okay. Then I'll turn back to the council. Is there any discussion about this appointment? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of appointing Leslie Spencer to the Conservation Board, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Leslie is appointed. Congratulations. Thank you for your interest in serving. The next item is the Development Review Board alternate position for a term expiring June 30th, 2026. Again, I'll open the floor to nominations. President Paul.
Thank you. I would like to nominate Marina Campbell for the seat on the DRB alternate with a term expiring June 30th, 2026.
Thank you. Are there any additional nominations? Are there any additional nominations? Seeing none, I will close the nominations. And is Marina here or online? And she is. Okay, great. Welcome. Yes, please come to the microphone and thank you for your interest and being here. And if you could make brief remarks about your interest, that'd be great.
Sure. Thank you, first of all, Councilor Paul, for the nomination. I'm really interested in this particular board because I have a really keen interest in disability and accessibility and experience in working with ADA compliance, and so I think that would be an important perspective to bring to that board.
Great, thank you very much. I will turn back to the council. Any discussion about this action before we take it? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of appointing Marina Campbell to be the alternate to the DRB, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Marina, and good luck with your service on this critical board for the city. This brings us to the third and final opening, which is for the Board of Health for the term expiring June 30th, 2025. And I will again turn to the council. Go ahead, Councilor Shannon.
I nominate Jane Seymour.
Thank you. Are there any additional nominations?
Actually, just a point of order. Given the number of applications we got for this particular position, are we allowed to hear from people first? Or we have to put forth?
Typically, our process has been to put in, to make nominations, and then at that point, for people that are nominated, to give them the opportunity to speak is the way we've long done it. So I think, and that's the way I've done it already tonight. But certainly, if there's someone you're interested in hearing from, you can make those nominations. If you believe that.
Well, I was definitely interested in hearing from Jane Seymour, so since she has been nominated, I will nominate Judy Rivers, who I'm also interested in hearing from.
Great. Are there any additional nominations? Are there any additional nominations? Seeing none, we will close it with those two. And now, are the applicants, Jane or Julia, in attendance and interested in speaking?
Jane is joining us online.
Okay, great. If we could welcome Jane. Go ahead if you can hear me. And
Yes, we've unmute. You should be able to speak now.
Hi, everyone. I'm really glad to be here virtually tonight. I'm sorry I couldn't be in attendance in person, but I'm really excited about a possible appointment to the Board of Health. I'm trained as an epidemiologist and see myself as a social epidemiologist. I study access to healthcare in my day job and would really bring a keen eye to ensuring that we bring data to bear in the city and use science to guide our decision-making as a city and to ensure the well-being of all who live in Burlington. So thank you very much for the nomination.
great. Thank you, Jane, for your interest in your application. I am not seeing Julia Rivers in this room. Do you have any sense that she's online?
She is not.
Okay. So then I will turn back to the council. Any further discussion on the nominations? Councilor Grant.
Are we allowed to ask questions? I know we don't usually, but considering this position, I have some.
I don't believe we typically subject applicants to kind of questioning here. So I don't think we should kind of depart from the past practice there. So I think we can have discussion, but it's not, the time when we've sort of put applicants on the spot like that. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Travers.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do want to note, as Councilor Grant pointed out, that we did have a number of very qualified applicants for this position. And I think many of them would be more than qualified to serve on this board. I think it's a real testament to the great work that our Board of Health has been doing, where they've really broadened their mission and their scope to address issues like gun violence in our community, as well as health equity. And unfortunately, there's only one position here, and I will be offering my support to Jane Seymour.
But as I'm sure you typically do as well, Mayor, I'll say myself that I hope that those who have applied for this seat will remain interested in the Board of Health, because there's many qualified applicants, and I do wish there were more openings, because I think they have much to offer. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that, Councilor Travers. Yes, it is pretty remarkable that I'm counting 6 applications for this one position, and I do think that the City of Burlington is very fortunate that there is such interest in serving in municipal positions. I do encourage people who, both for this position, and there was one other applicant who was not successful for the DRB alternate position. We want to thank people for their interest and encourage them to consider applying again in the future, as often that is necessary for people to apply several times before they are able to be appointed. So I hope if there are applicants out there, they will consider that. Any further discussion of the nomination, the 2 nominations before us? Seeing none, I'm going to go to a vote, and we'll start in voting in the order nominated. So we'll start with Jane Seymour, and if she receives more than 7 votes, then we will conclude the voting there. All those in favor of appointing Jane Seymour, please raise your hand so we can count the votes. And it appears to be a unanimous vote. Congratulations, Jane. Again, thank you for your interest in serving on this critical board. And again, thank you to everyone else who applied as well. With that, President Paul, we have concluded the City Council with Mayor presiding agenda at 8:39 p.m., and I will hand the microphone and gavel back to you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weinberger. We will reconvene the council meeting at 8:40, and the next agenda item is number 8, our consent agenda. Is there a motion to move our consent agenda and take the actions indicated?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Jang, seconded by Councilor Shannon. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. We have approved our consent agenda. Thank you. This brings us to our deliberative agenda. We do have a fairly lengthy agenda. Thankfully, we have a fairly lengthy deliberative agenda this evening. Just a gentle reminder to counselors about the 5-minute rule. Please self-monitor and be mindful of your time, and I will kindly interrupt anyone who is drawing near or going way over. I wasn't that great at the last meeting about doing that, but I felt I did it fairly. So we'll start off on a good note and be mindful of the 5-minute rule, just respectful of all counselors. The first item on our agenda is a public hearing. It's 9.1, the city's 2024-2028 Consolidated Plan for Housing and Community Development. And prior to calling the public hearing to order, we do have CEDO Director Brian Pine, and I'm going to take a guess that that is Rebecca Lawrence Gomez, who is the Housing Program Manager. So good to have you. Thanks so much for being here. And if you wanted to say a few words about the report, and then we'll open up the public hearing.
Sure, thank you. For the record, I'm Brian Pine, the Director of the Community and Economic Development Office.
Thank you very much for allowing us to come. My name is Rebecca Lawrence Gomez. I am the Housing Programs Manager for CEDO.
We are here tonight to gather public and council feedback on affordable housing and community development needs as part of the consolidated planning process, creating a plan that will guide the allocation of federal resources for the next 5 years. The consolidated plan is really the federal government's way of they require it of us, but it's a way to help cities think long-term and strategic, to assess their affordable housing and community development needs and market conditions, and to make data-driven, place-based decisions about how to invest the scarce federal dollars that we do get. It really serves as the framework for a community-wide dialogue to identify housing and community development priorities and align and focus funding from the federal government through the Formula Block Grant programs, Community Development Block Grant. You'll sometimes hear the alphabet soup, the CDBG program that is, and the Home Investment Partnership Program, which is home funds go out to affordable housing. And I am going to ask Rebecca to speak about the broad stakeholder consultation process that we've engaged in already that has reached well over 100, probably hundreds of individuals actually when we get down to the counting up all the groups and organizations. So we're hoping to hear your feedback and public feedback tonight about our priorities as we move forward. And I'll just note that online, joining us remotely, is Christine Curtis, who's our Senior Community Development Specialist, and she's a wealth of knowledge on this program as well. So if we get stumped, we're going to look to Christine to help us out. Take it away.
Thank you very much. As Director Pine said, we've been engaged in community outreach and connecting with folks who are both participating as all different sectors and areas within the city. So we've met with over 100 individuals, so representing a broad spectrum from healthcare providers, mental health providers, folks who are experiencing homelessness, folks who live in our affordable housing providers, landlords, property managers, folks who support families, Department for Children and Families, the Department of Aging and Independent Living representation, et cetera. So lots of folks we've talked with. We've also had an online survey, which we'll be sure to share and make available to folks. And we've had over 800 responses via our online survey. And we wanted to hold space in place here for just to hear from the public about what are folks identifying and seeing. Certainly you all as counselors, as representatives of folks in our communities, as well as individuals who live in Burlington, what are people seeing as our greatest needs? Where should we be looking to prioritize our work and our funding?
And I would just ask if you could speak to the timeline for coming back to the council and when we have to adopt this plan.
Definitely. Yeah, thank you. We are collecting feedback currently. We'll be putting that feedback into our consolidated plan. It has kind of three main sections. One that's about a needs assessment, which is this process. What's going on in our community? Where are things working really well? Where do we find that we are still struggling? And then there's a market analysis that is pre-populated that looks at our housing, our demographics, and then there's our plan, our strategic plan about how we will proceed. So we're collecting feedback, collecting information through the month of February. It's slightly into March. We'll be returning to you all in April, looking for you to review and approve our draft consolidated plan, and we'll be submitting it to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in June. Actually, end of May.
Okay, with that, we will open the public hearing. If there is anyone in Contois who wishes to testify during this hearing, you can just stand up and come forward. If there is anyone who wishes to speak online, if you can just use the raise hand function, I will be looking and I'm happy to recognize you. Former city attorney told me that I'm supposed to say going once, going twice. We will close the public forum. We will close the public hearing. And with that, I believe you had said something about wanting to get feedback from the council. That's not normally the way we do the public hearing, but was that an opportunity for us to speak to it now? Is that what you were looking for? And we certainly could do that if there are counselors who have comments.
It's up to you. It's your call. It's your busy night. So if you want to send them to us, that would be fine as well. But sometimes the dialogue generates ideas. So I didn't know if you want to proceed that way.
All right. Well, since we didn't have a robust public hearing, we'll try the council. Councilor Hightower.
Great, and apologies if I just don't remember, Director Pine, what you've done in previous years, but with so many folks doing the survey, are you planning on giving a presentation on what the survey revealed and how that's informing what your final decision is?
Yes, absolutely. We, last time we did this plan, it was actually 2018, so it's been quite a while. And we will absolutely be sharing the results. What we didn't want to do is share the results before the survey's over, could kind of, influence how people respond. But we're hoping to at least reach the survey response to the dog park survey. That's our hope, which is, I think, about 1,000. We got to get there.
Is that all, Councilor Hightower?
Yes, thank you.
You're good. Okay, thank you. Are there, Councilor Carpenter to be followed by Councilor Jang.
I'm just curious, are there any major changes that will drive how we used to use these versus, coming from HUD or anything else we're seeing?
HUD has not given us any sort of guidance or direction lately that is very different, other than to continue to see, due to inflation, to see our grant actually decrease over the years. It's gone down precipitously since, really, in real dollars, since when I arrived at CETO in the mid-1990s, it was substantially more in actual dollars, and for inflation, it was considerably more than we get now. So we're continuing to try to make an impact with what we have. We may be coming back to you and suggesting that managing lots of small grants is labor intensive, and it may not be possible to continue doing that. So that's one area where we're thinking already. We might need to get more cost effective and efficient in that respect.
Great, thank you, Councilor Carpenter. We'll go to Councilor Jang.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Director and Megan, for being here. We are a city of nearly 45,000 people, right? It just depends on who you ask. I was just wondering about, when we talk about civic engagement or engaging the communities in this, what's success like? What's the number of people you need to reach in order to say this was successful?
Gosh, I'd be happy to respond. I think we are less focused. We're certainly excited and looking to engage with a number and as many people as possible. But I think our main focus is on the diversity of the population and folks with whom we're connecting. So we've looked to really engage, like I said, as wide an array of possible as providers, of residents, of especially focusing on folks whose basic needs are not being met currently, or folks who are most likely to be experiencing hardship and might be impacted and supported by services that the city is helping to fund. So I think both, right? It is about the quantity, but it's also around the quality and specifically the populations that we're looking to aspire to serve.
Thank you. And that leads to my next question in terms of how did you utilize the language access plan that the city has developed in order to reach people who don't speak English?
Yeah, so we've both met in person and connected with the Association of Africans Living in Vermont and worked in partnership with them around what do they identify as needs in the communities that they serve. The survey that we've completed, we've had it translated into multiple languages, and so I've also provided that as a tool in written form. So if folks want to engage in the survey in their first language or a language that's more comfortable to them. And then we also joined the Trusted Community Voices meeting and just heard from them directly about what are they experiencing both as Burlingtonians, right, but also for their community and the folks that they serve and work with. And if there are any other suggestions, we're always really interested in hearing.
Yes, I think it's one thing to connect with ALV and their leadership and try for them to provide input, than also to connect it directly with the people that live here. Also, I know that the trusted voices, they're not all Burlington residents. And I think the focus here was for Burlingtonians. And I think it would be great if you still can continue to reach out, at least, let's say, communities that Congolese, Nepalese, and to just say 5 people that actually live here. We want to hear from you directly and not having an organization in between. Yeah. And I think that would be great.
Definitely, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councilor Jang. Seeing no others, we will close out this agenda item with our thanks for all of the work that you've done, and we'll look forward to hearing more.
Thank you very much.
Item 9.2 has been removed from our agenda, so we'll continue with 9.3, which is the City of Vermont 2021-2023 Dog Task Force Report. And there are a multitude of people that are here to talk about this report. Talk about a group of people that have taken an assignment seriously. Just want to add for the record that not only are Parks and Rec Director Cindy White, but also Parks and Rec staff, Megan O'Daniel, of those people that are joining us in person, and please come forward so that we can see who you are. There's also a number of members of your task force that are joining us online. So if you can all introduce yourself, that would be great. And just want to also acknowledge the number of people on your task force that are joining us remotely as well. So we've allotted about 15 minutes for this report, and it's a long report, but if you can just give us a number of the highlights, the recommendations, and then give us a little bit of time for some questions from the council. And welcome, and thank you for being here.
Great. I just want to thank, Cindy White, Director of Parks, Recreation, Waterfront, thank the task force. The city's been blessed with an amazing group of people who've really dedicated an incredible amount of time for this project. And I'm going to pass it over to Maria, who is our fearless chair.
Thank you, Cindy. I just want to introduce who we have here tonight. We have Jake Schumann, we have Kyle Tansley, Ilona Blanchard, and Lori Cutler, and myself, Maria Carnungen. So we were tasked with a mixture of policy recommendations and implementation requests. So it was an interesting process putting together the report. We did this presentation for the Parks, Arts, and Culture Committee, and they reviewed the recommendations and gave us guidance on them. We're looking forward to hearing the next steps. One of the recommendations that we have is to update the ordinances, which underlies most of the areas that we looked at that is important for a framework for updating policies. And so specifically, we looked at Chapter 5 of the City Code. There is a markup of that chapter included in the report, including documentation to support the recommended changes. The recommendations fall primarily into 4 categories: updates to language to modernize it, improvements to animal shelter policy, licenses, and other recommendations to improve the welfare of dogs and cats, and measures to strengthen enforcement. We recommend improving the licensing process and dramatically increasing the number of animals licensed in the city. And we recommend allocating a portion of the license revenues for programs and activities that support healthy and happy dogs and cats within the city. This includes educating the community about how to license their animals and why it's important to, requiring cats to be licensed, expanding the consequences for not licensing dogs and cats by increasing penalties, by requiring stray animals to be licensed before they are returned, and by working with landlords and housing associations to include licensing requirements in lease or HOA agreements. We think this will increase revenues for the city, and we'll show you more about that in the next couple of slides, but want to mention here that we do have recommendations for how the licensing revenues are allocated, and that is to create a special fund that would support annual licensing efforts, the development of a streamlined process to share licensing data, improved incident reporting and data tracking, and improved responsiveness from the police, additional companion animal programs and education, low-cost spay-neuter services, and additional park facilities for animals. These next 2 slides go into more detail into the licensing and revenues and benefits it could bring to the city. I just want to point out that the current rate of licensing is 11%. And if we are to increase those, you can go to the next. Currently, based on that 11%, we are bringing in $24,000 a year If we made some modest effort to increase licensing, we could increase the revenues somewhere between $70,000 to $270,000 per year. Okay, and then I've already talked about how those funds could be used. I'm trying to go quickly here because I know you guys have a busy agenda. Okay, cats. So we recognize this is one of the more interesting areas that we have done some work in, so I want to spend a little bit of time talking about this. The task force recommends that the city of Burlington require cats to be licensed for their own welfare and that of other animals, to aid in identification for animal control purposes, and to better ensure public safety. Burlington would not be the first to do so, as both South Burlington and Shelburne require cats to be licensed. The many benefits of licensing are enumerated in Appendix C of our report and show the benefits of improving the health of cats and reducing the number of cats who are lost with no way to identify the guardian. Increased revenues from licensing cats could also help support better responsiveness to cat-related incidents, as well as support affordable spay-neuter options for low-income residents. The task force also recommends that the city prohibit at-large cats that are off the premises and not restrained by their guardian. Free-roaming cats are more likely to experience disease and both accidental and intentional injuries as well as fatalities, and thus have shorter lifespans. Cats permitted to roam off premises can easily become nuisances on both public and private property and are classified as such in some neighboring municipal ordinances. Free-roaming cats are also well documented in the scientific literature as immensely destructive to wildlife, particularly birds. Another area was reporting, enforcement, and compliance. And we looked at these in particular in terms of the ordinances. This included reviewing reporting mechanisms, social media, front porch forum, and police department data for incidents related to off-leash dogs, aggressive dogs, attacks by dogs, as well as responses by the Burlington Police Department. Data obtained from the Burlington Police Department likely reflects only a small portion of the actual incidents that involve animals in the community. Many of the social media posts explicitly avoided reporting to the police. It can be assumed that many residents do not bother to report animal incidents, and thus there is no record created. Currently, the city's community service officers, also known as CSOs, respond to dog and rabies vector call for service. They don't really deal with cat issues, aside from facilitating removal of deceased cats. CSOs also have many other responsibilities besides responding to animal incidents. If there's a higher priority incident, such as a car accident, for example, their attention may be focused on those. The task force recognizes the work that CSOs perform every day, but strongly recommends that a part to full-time animal control officer be hired by the city. An ACO would respond to incidents, but also proactively enforce ordinances such as leash laws and oversee the overall health and safety of animals within the city. An ACO would have specific and ongoing training and certification in the handling and welfare of animals, be able to perform inspections on and monitor facilities that shelter animals, educate the public on how to care for animals, and investigate trends and repeat problems, conduct in-depth investigations, and overall be a point person and resource for the Burlington community. In conjunction with the enforcement of leash laws in the city, the task force also recommends increasing designated off-leash spaces. The goal is to ensure healthy and safe access to appropriate outdoor space for dogs across the city and to support enforcement of inappropriate spaces where dogs should not be off-leash. The task force recommends piloting some shared use of park space for off-leash dogs because of the 520 acres of city parks, only 3.5 are allocated for off-leash dog use. This represents less than 1%. Because there is also a strong desire from Burlington dog guardians for easy access to off-leash areas, and their current use is indiscriminate and unregulated, leading to conflicts with neighbors. Because the parks are a limited resource and fencing in additional areas could exclude regular park goers from using those spaces. So here's a map of the city of Burlington, and in blue we have all the publicly accessible land. I should point out here that dogs across the city are required by law to be on leash. So everything that's blue, they're supposed to be on leash. And so the suggested off-leash areas are in orange, and it's hard to see because there's really very little land that we're talking about piloting off-leash areas in, but they are those orange bits on the map. Okay, last spring we did a survey to collect input from residents, and we looked at current usage, and based on all of this feedback, we came up with this current proposal that is under consideration by the Parks, Arts, and Culture Committee. These details are also in the final report if you want to look at them more closely. Okay, and then as part of the original resolution, the task force was asked to educate the public on all of these issues and to set up community events. We developed an annual calendar of educational outreach. And as you can see, it crosses many departments. We are hoping that this will be something that can be implemented currently, because this was an action item for the dog task force. And so we're not sure who will pick up the pieces here, but we created all of the material for it and are excited about this. So this is our presentation, and here's a list of everybody. Not everybody's here, but just a full list of everybody that was on, that helped us out and contributed. So just a big thank you. It was a monumental effort, 2 years and many hours of time and collaboration.
Thank you so much, Maria. Just also wanted to acknowledge that Megan O'Daniel is joining us online, as well as Abby Duke, and Joanne Callis, I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name, are all joining us online. So you have pretty good representation of the entire task force. I'm pretty impressed. I think we're all very impressed and impressed with the work that you've done. If there are questions from the council, Councilor McGee.
Thank you, President Paul. I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to say very quickly that the Parks, Arts, and Culture Committee has worked in collaboration with the Dog Task Force to help get this report to where we're at tonight, and we did vote on this and are fully supportive of the recommendations moving further in the process and being referred to committees to begin implementing many of the important recommendations that are made in the report. And just want to extend my personal gratitude to all of you for the work that you've put in over the last couple of years. It is very comprehensive, and I don't think there's much left for committees to have to do once that work is referred. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor McGee. Are there any other councilors who have, Councilor Doherty?
Yes, thank you, President Paul, and I want to also echo what President Paul and Councilor McGee said. My thanks to the incredible work that went into this. I just wanted to highlight two pieces of your comprehensive work that I thought were particularly, from my perspective anyway, well taken. One was the observation and analysis and pointing to secondary literature regarding the impact of stray cats on the environment, particularly on songbird life. I think that's a really important issue for the city to consider and address as part of its environmental mission. I also thought, and I recognize that you recognize this might have gone a little bit beyond your ambit, but the work and analysis that you did on exotic pets and the potential for environmental degradation, particularly in our waterways as a result of exotic pets, again, really an important issue for us to be thinking about and considering policy steps going forward on those issues, given the environmental issues that we're currently facing. So thank you so much for your hard work and your presentation.
I want to acknowledge that Lori Cutler was instrumental in helping us with that.
I'm sorry, if you could.
Sorry. Oh, I want to acknowledge that Lori Cutler was instrumental in everything that you just talked about. We also got input from Kyle Tansley, who's on the Conservation Board.
Great. Great. Thank you so much. Councilor Grant.
I have a question. What is the definition of an at-large cat?
I think that would be any cat who's not under the control of their guardian.
So that would not only be strays, that would be cats that people would consider quote-unquote outdoor cats.
That's right.
So people would have to find a way to keep their cats
Yes.
on their property.
Yeah, and there are ways to do that, and we have access to materials to help people with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Grant. Are there any other, Councilor Barlow?
Thank you, President Paul. And I also want to echo my colleagues in thanking you for this extremely thorough report and all the hard work that went into it. My question's around, you've given us a number of recommendations. Is there any prioritization in these recommendations? Are there any that you would feel are more important to get into place before others? Thank you.
So I would say that two things strike me. One is that, we don't actually have an effective policy in place right now. We have draft policy that was implemented in, I believe, 1998, and we've just been coasting on that. So I think having an actual off-leash policy codified in ordinances is important. The other thing is our budget recommendations are impactful for the upcoming budget season. So I would encourage you to take a look at that sooner rather than later. That way we can affect those changes now instead of next cycle. And for the record, I had a 5-pound cat that would take down full-grown geese. Needless to say, I was mortified.
I also just want to point out that that there is a markup of Chapter 5 that is super thorough, and a lot of thought went into it. So that would be a very easy place to start.
Great, thank you. Councilor Barlow, are you all set?
I am, thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to Councilor Hightower.
Which is a question more to the counselors, but I note that I can't say that I'm 100% supportive of everything that is in the report, but I wonder if instead of having the motion be to waive the reading, accept the report and place it on file, if we should be referring it to the ordinance committee.
It would seem as though we certainly could do that. Would that be amenable to the city attorney?
Yes.
Great. Councilor Hightower, do you wish to make that motion?
I guess I will ask if it's a friendly amendment to the makers of the motion.
The motion hasn't been made yet.
Oh, okay, well then I need to waive the reading, accept the report, place it on file, and refer to the ordinance committee.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
I will second that.
Great. Seconded by Councilor McGee. If there's Councilor, I'm sorry, did you wish the floor back, Councilor Hightower? No.
No, I
Okay.
don't.
Thank you.
Counselor Carpenter?
Thanks. I'm certainly amenable to that, and I want to, again, thank the committee for all their work. But there's some other parts to it. So there's the marked up ordinance, which should be easy for us to take. One thing I noted was our underperformance in licensing, which is probably not something the ordinance committee can deal with. So I'm sort of noting that because I think a lot of things fall from that, and I'd like to pass that on to somebody too, so that we can figure some plan of action. And I don't know if that's Parks, Arts, and Culture or, because I just think, yeah. Then I'd like to amend the motion to pass on to Parks, Art, and Culture that they look at how we get more revenue from licensing, basically, or something like that.
So items that are germane to the ordinance committee would go to the ordinance committee, and items germane to not the ordinance committee would go to Parks, Art, and Culture. Is
Yes.
that what you're asking for?
Yes.
Is that amendment friendly to you, Counselor Hightower?
It is friendly.
Okay, how about you, Counselor McGee?
Yes, with, I guess, a question for the city attorney. Would it make more sense for us to look at the different recommendations in the report and see if there are other places where they belong that are more fitting than Parks, Arts, and Culture in the ordinance committee? Because there are so many that I think the two committees wouldn't cover all of the recommendations.
So I believe, I mean, yes, it would be appropriate to look at that. I have not looked at that. I can look at that for you.
Okay.
But we could do that, yes.
Okay. Maybe it makes sense for us to postpone action on this until our next council meeting very quickly, just so that we can make sure that all of the recommendations are getting to the proper body for further deliberation.
Is there any way to do that
So-
expeditiously at this meeting with an appropriate motion? Or, I'm sorry, you wanted to speak?
No, I think it'll take longer than yeah.
Okay. All right. Before we go, Counselor McGee, are you all set?
I am.
Okay. So before we go, we have a motion, but before we do, we have a motion. Counselor Jang, did you want to speak to that motion?
Yes.
Okay.
And I was just wondering if the motion, we accept the report and we send it back to Parks, Arts, and Culture Committee. And for Parks and Art and Culture Committee to break it down, what specific committee these recommendations need to go to be transformed into law.
All right. So that would be an amendment to the amended motion. Chair of the Parks, Art, and Culture Committee, how do you feel about that, Counselor McGee?
It feels unnecessary to me for us to take the report back. I think this is something that if we just postpone action from the full council until our next meeting, that the city attorney should be able to provide an adequate motion for us to make sure that those items get where they need to go.
Okay. If we do that, then Counselor Hightower, do you wish to take back your motion?
Sorry, we're postponing.
Do you wish to withdraw your motion?
Yeah, sorry. And Joe's suggestion is to postpone. Oh, sorry. I see what we're saying. Sure. Or I guess
Thank
it's
you.
amending it to just accept the communication and place it on file.
Okay, so we've withdrawn the motion. That is okay with the seconder, and the motion now on the floor is to waive the reading, accept the report, and place it on file. Yes. Yes. Okay. Is there a second to that motion? It's not complete. We really want to just be able to postpone action on this item and come back with a better motion. So maybe that's the best way to do this.
Yes, you could just postpone the action.
Okay. I'll make a motion to postpone action on this item until our meeting on February 26th.
Yes.
With the understanding that we will get full motion language to refer the recommendations to the appropriate committees and commissions.
Great, thank you. So is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Counselor Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion to postpone to a date certain? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes. With our unbelievably amazing thank you to all of you for, it's been what, about a year and a half or so that you've been working on this? More than that?
It's about 2 years, but I want to say that what you guys are doing now and the actions that you're taking by making sure that there's a clear path forward is the best thanks that you could give to the work of this committee, that it isn't just a report that goes on file, but you have action plan to continue the work forward.
Yes, well, we respect your work. Thank you so much, and thanks to all of you for being here and to those who joined us online. The next item on our agenda is item 9.4, which is the second amendment to the second amended and restated development agreement for City Place Partners LLC. And for an introduction, I will go to Mayor Weinberg before we get to a motion. Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Paul. I do have some remarks to start this action tonight. Then the leaders of the city team that have been working on this are here to amplify, hit some of the highlights of the amended development agreement that is before you for action tonight. And we do also have two of the three local partners from City Place Partners here with us tonight, and as well as Patrick O'Brien. So Dave Farrington, Al Senecal, and Patrick O'Brien, who's been leading up their efforts in a lot of ways, and they are available to the council as well if there are questions as we get into this. So with that roadmap, I'll get started here. About a decade ago, we set out as a community to do something hard, to take control of our future. We decided to correct old mistakes and fix a long broken. No worries. We decided to correct old mistakes and fix a long broken part of our downtown that was lost during urban renewal, to turn a community planning vision into reality, and to make it possible for hundreds of new people to live and work in this great but small city. To do this, we pursued a public-private partnership to redevelop the old and failing downtown mall and to get back 2 streets the city had gave up decades ago. A lot of the work to achieve this vision has involved actions and debates here at the City Council. Together, we've approved zoning changes, infrastructure commitments, the settlement of a lawsuit against a past developer, TIF investment, and a number of development agreements and amendments. In the fall of 2022, the council approved what we refer to as ARDA 2.0, which allowed the new local development team to move forward and break ground and begin construction on the lowest level of the project that we refer to as the podium, the concrete base of the project. The local City Place partners were very clear at that time that they were still working to put together a financing plan, and they were still considering a range of potential development plans. But remarkably, and it very rarely happens this way, Scott Ireland, Dave Farrington, and Al Senecal wanted to put their own resources at risk to move forward, even while they figured those major questions out. Builders don't usually take risks of this magnitude, but these guys have. After 4 years of having a dormant construction site at the time, back in the fall of 2022, we were very happy to see the project move forward, and we structured and approved an agreement that would allow that to happen while protecting all of the city's municipal interests. With the approval of the ARDA 2.0 then, and with the first round of amendments that you approved last June, both the developers and the administration had said that this is a complex project and that likely more changes would be needed. What is different tonight as we engage this project again, that at any previous time over the last decade when we have talked about this development agreement is that after years of hard work, adversity, and perseverance, we can finally say with confidence that this daring and worthy effort to reshape our downtown will succeed. Since the fall of 2022, City Place Partners has put tens of millions of dollars of value into the ground a couple blocks from here. The South Tower is now the largest building ever constructed in this state, and it will be complete and open to residents and visitors about a year from now. Most of the massive foundation for the second building is also built, and the North Tower is scheduled for opening in 2026. There's been other progress as well, not just the construction progress. City Place has added a new minority equity partner who came to our announcement last week, bringing more financial strength and operational capacity to the local team. Together, this new partnership has finalized their plans for the site and last week secured amended permits to build it. By approving the ARDA amendment before you tonight, you will allow the project to take another critical step forward. A lot of the discussion, public discussion, since we released the new ARDA last Thursday has focused on the addition of a second hotel to the current plan and the reduction of about 70 permanent homes from the projection from the fall of 2022. It's true that this amendment before you will allow up to 350 new hotel rooms to be built as part of this project, which will bring much-needed new business to our downtown and revenues to our city. However, I want to make sure that the impact of these amendments and the new building plan is it's much greater than just the addition of a second hotel, and I want to make sure that a few things are clear. One, the project described in the new ARDA will have at least 350 apartments, 70 of them permanently affordable and built with no major subsidies, making this project the second largest housing project in not Burlington's history, but the state's history. Second only to the project that you took action on last time we met at Cambrian Rise. This final version of the building plan has nearly 30% more homes in it than when the City Council first approved a development agreement in 2018. So don't let anybody fool you. This is not a bait and a switch. This is more housing than was initially contemplated by a substantial amount than when was first brought to this council, and this agreement represents a major step towards addressing our housing crisis. Conversely, a vote against this agreement is a vote to put those 350 new homes at risk. Two, the fact that City Place Partners is back here tonight asking for this change is proof of the enormous progress accomplished on this project since entering into the ARDA 2.0 and restarting construction in the fall of 2022. Despite the enormous headwinds they've faced of high inflation and high interest rates that have hit the country and the city since 2020. The local partners deserve our gratitude and our partnership at this critical decision point. This is not the time to nitpick and second guess. I urge the council to demonstrate our commitment to this project by approving this agreement tonight. As CPP said at the press conference last week, everyone is counting on them and failure is not an option. CPP is counting on us too, this administration and this council, to be a good partner. And finally, this action tonight will continue a trend that will be very important for our community's future. Massive private and public investment in our downtown. 2 weeks ago, you approved that Cambrian Rise development agreement, the only housing project bigger than this one. Last week, we broke ground on a $30 million TIF project to renew vital public infrastructure on Main Street that will enable even more growth and investment in years to come. And later tonight, I am hopeful that you will accept the $22 million RAISE grant for the downtown, the largest non-airport grant in the city's history to build even more public infrastructure in the years to come. The downtown's certainly facing serious and new challenges. We talk about this every time we meet, and we did so again earlier tonight. However, it's important to also recognize that we have never had so much private and public money being invested in new housing as we have right now. We have never had so much public investment being made in great public spaces and our critical subsurface infrastructure. And even as we know we have many businesses struggling right now, we also see in this amended agreement that many businesses, like CPP, are betting big on the future of our downtown. So with that, I'd like to hand the microphone over to our city team. Brian, you want to take it next?
I don't have a whole lot to add to what the mayor just provided you, and I will just say that we are here tonight hoping that we can provide you with the information you need to make your decision, but we're also here obviously to take questions. And as the mayor mentioned, the partners from City Place Partners are here, and if you have questions for them, they're also available.
Good evening, folks. We've got a, I think, simple-ish PowerPoint. Is that something you're driving?
Tim, if you could get just a tiny bit closer to the microphone, just so we can hear you.
Is that better?
Yes, it is.
So, thanks again. I'm Tim Sampson. I've had the pleasure of representing the city for the past several years through this process. And as the mayor mentioned, it's a momentous time for the project because it's getting to a place where this major new investment is going to happen. You see the first tower up already. The new partners are here. The new financing is around the corner. I've mentioned to you, I think every time I've been in front of you, that you shouldn't be surprised if you see me again because that's the nature of these complex projects. This time, this may be it. I'm hopeful that we're setting this project on course with these final changes here, or these next changes, I better be careful, to be in a place to be much more self-sustaining. So we're here to talk about, first of all, a picture of the project. It's a rendering, of course, but you can now begin to see some real life in the photo because it reflects what's up on the site now, at least the framework for it. So it's getting exciting out there. For discussion tonight, I'm going to be brief on the development history, quick project updates, and then get into a bit of more detail on the provisions in this second amendment to ARTA 2.0, and then we'll have some time to address your questions. So by way of context, as the mayor mentioned, the original development agreement goes back to October of 2017, and then there was a big pause, and everybody remembers that big pause, and we had the amended and restated development agreement, the first one, ARTA 1.0, in May of 2021, and you recall at that point in time, the original ownership was still intact, and we were finding a solution away from litigation. About a year after that, the current local partners took over the project, and the real momentum began. ARTA 2.0 then was in November 22, and then we've had a series of updates to that to keep things moving. A letter agreement facilitating the project in January 23. The first amendment was in June of 23. You remember that's where we enabled the issuance of interim TIF financing to get that in place for the project as it proceeds, and then we're back with the second amendment now. So project updates, mostly you heard about this from the mayor, coming into the project of the Jiri Group, the hotel group to partner into the project to provide a source for substantial third-party financing. CHT, as you may recall, had been an anticipated partner in a deal for some time. The City Place Partners and CHT worked tirelessly to make the details of that work. In the end, they did not. But in the end, there's a silver lining to all of that in that the opportunity exists for CHT to move the public resources component of the affordable housing into the Cambrian Rise project. City Place Partners here will continue to develop on its own the inclusionary units here. So it's really the same amount a few fewer units, maybe 10 fewer IZ units at City Place than were going to happen under the CHT concept, but citywide, it's a net increase of about 70-some units because you get the CHT's resources deployed at Camden and Rise. Again, project update, you can see it every time you walk down the street. The south building is topped out and its framing, and the foundation for the north building now very well underway. So the big 5 things that are happening in the Second Amendment, some program changes, some adjustments to the timing as it's currently set forth in the agreement, adjustments to the inclusionary housing provisions, adjustments to allow for progress payments toward the public improvements that the partners are doing, and some updates on the TIF financing. And I'll say, going through that list of the 5 major milestones I did a minute ago in those agreements, this one is not, it's kind of like, there's not a whole lot to see here, honestly. These are, we got to dust off the agreement and make it work, but the changes here are not as dramatic as they have been across the length of my involvement in the project. Here, a building program changes, topic number 1. Originally, as the mayor mentioned, there were 272 residential units proposed for City Place. That increased over time with the change to, closer to an all-residential project. And it currently now, the ARTA 2.0 anticipated over 400 units. The plan now, as you've heard multiple times, is to adjust that downward somewhat, but still to provide no fewer than 350 new units. Currently, the approvals are, the approved development plan is for a maximum of about 140 hotel rooms, and that would increase to about 350, or no more than 350. It all stays within generally the same massing and scale of the project. And as we've talked before, and as the hotel room is smaller than a residential unit on average, so you can accomplish this change in a way that the project is still 2/3 a residential project with a supporting hotel to provide that stronger financial base to get it going. Timing, another change that we're addressing right now. In the current deal, the north and south buildings would have delivered in November of 2025, and the CHT phase of the project a year later in November of 2026. As proposed with these changes, the south tower, which is now under construction, would be delivered in about a year, as the mayor had mentioned, but the outside date in the agreements would remain the same of November of 2025, and the north building would push out from November of 25 to June of 26. Again, in comparison to the current approvals, or the current development plan, where CHT's phase of the project was going to get extended to November of 26, this is actually kind of advancing in time what would be the final completion of the project. Turning to the inclusionary housing, again, the partners will develop all of the IZ units within the project. The one adjustment to what would otherwise be anticipated in their current approvals is to allow the component of the IZ units that would be generated by the south tower to be constructed in the north tower. The north tower represents about 65 or 70% of the overall mass of the building. It's by far the bigger of the two towers. That dynamic creates challenges to provide, to providing the units in both of the towers, and it would be a benefit to the project to facilitate providing all of the units in the north tower. What does that mean? It means somewhere between 8 to 12 units. It depends on exactly, of course, how many residential units are provided in the south tower, but somewhere between 8 to 12 IZ units would, instead of being in the south tower, be in the north tower. Now, as I described a minute ago, the north tower is proposed to deliver a bit later than the south tower, so as a practical matter, those 8 to 12 units could be delayed for 7 to 12 months between the delivery of those two towers. And importantly, though, as I mentioned before, the
IZ units with the current proposal, with the CHT element, would not have been delivered until November of 2026. So either way, under the current plan, all of the IZ units would be delivered earlier than in the, I should say, under the proposed plan, all of the IZ units would be delivered earlier than they would be under the current development plan. We have protections in the document to ensure that there cannot be some sort of bait and switch where the IZ units are delayed in the south tower and never materialize in the north tower. If the north tower does not materialize on time, there are provisions in the agreement for those requisite number of units to free up in the south tower and serve the IZ role there. Next category of changes gets even more technical about progress payments for the public improvements. As you recall, the TIF debt has been issued. It was issued last June for the project. It is sitting in an account not being used for the project right now because the project hasn't reached the milestones that the city required of the project before those funds could be deployed. In the current agreements, those funds would not be deployed until both of the towers have been under construction contract and have construction financing in place for them. The proposal now is to shift that so that the progress payments can start a bit sooner when the south tower has been fully financed. Again, we've got protections in there to ensure that the payment of those city dollars to reimburse public improvements would not get ahead of the project's ability to repay the coffers someday with tax dollars generated by the south tower, and also they would become second in line to the city's own ability to get reimbursed from the TIF allocations. And then finally, the provisions for TIF financing in the document are being brought forward, I think is the way to describe that. They're amendments, but they're very much the same in concept as they are today. The current agreements, you may recall, that facilitated the issuance of the TIF debt last June anticipated that permanent financing would be issued sometime later this spring, about a year later. Because of the construction schedule at this point in time, it's likely that that bond issuance in June of last year will be rolled over for another interim period of a year before permanent financing is in place. All of the protections that we had in place last year would remain in place with that situation now, including the partners being responsible for paying any borrowing costs of the city associated with that continuing to roll over the debt. So that is a mouthful. It's a summary of the changes, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Great, thank you very much. Before we go any further, we'll go to a motion. I'll look to Councilor Carpenter.
Thank you. I would move to approve and authorize Mayor Merle Weinberger to execute a second amendment to the second amended and restated development agreement with City Place Partners LLC in substantial conformance with the attached draft and subject to final review and approval of the city's attorneys.
Thank you so much, Councilor Carpenter. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Shannon. Councilor Carpenter, did you want the floor back?
Just to briefly, I don't want to repeat what the mayor and the city team has, but I'm just really excited to see this move forward. And I think it's really pretty much a win-win. I, more than anybody else, always want more housing, but I think the fact that we're getting 350 units over the original 272 is a win, and we really need to remember that. And the fact that we're getting an additional 63 out on Cambrian Rise, so that the total package, I think, is great for the Burlington. And the hotels are. We talk a lot about how do we bring business into the downtown, business that pays really good taxes and doesn't use a lot of services. And so I think hotels are actually needed kind of business for us. And so the fact that it's bringing both of this to us, I think, is a huge step forward. And it's a step forward that it's rising out of the ground.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Carpenter. Before we go to councilors and open the floor, we do have the three partners of City Place. If Dave Farrington, Al Senecal, and Patrick O'Brien, who is almost the same as having Scott Ireland here. If the three of you, if you had something that you wanted to say, you're welcome to come forward at this time. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, well, I'd like to thank the whole city team with Moreau and especially Brian, David White, and Tim. We have weekly meetings. We've been totally transparent with everybody every step of the way. Every week, we're just, how you doing, what's going on, and we talk about all the changes. And so we're, as we move through the iterations of, you know, they went through it. Originally it was this, then this, then this, and Tim's always said, we'll be back. Hopefully we won't be back because we have got a final plan in place. We're confident about it. We've got some great new partners, and I heard the word bait and switch 2 or 3 times tonight, and we don't really look at it that way. We're calling it pivoting. We had to, because of reality, economics, we brought this up at the meeting last Thursday, construction costs, labor costs, interest rate costs, the shaky lending environment that's out there. We had to reshuffle the cards, and we're in this thing. We're not going away. You know, I speak with my heart. I'm there every single day. I'm building this place. I got my partners all with us. Everybody's there. We talk every day, and this is special to us, and we're doing the best we can, and this is what we had to do to keep this thing moving ahead. We did not want to put this thing on hold while we had to go figure something else out, and so this is where we're at, and we're wide open. Any questions, we're here for answers. We're not trying to hide. We're not dodging anything, so. And we appreciate all your support. I've heard from a lot of you people that everybody's behind it, and it's really appreciated.
Great, thank you so much.
It's hard to
yes,
follow
go
up
ahead.
behind Dave sometimes, but
sure.
I really want to thank Mayor Weinberger. He's been an extraordinary advocate for us, and it's much appreciated. We are working hard every day to get this thing completed. You know, President Paul, you've been a great help for us as well, and the whole board. But I also want to thank the city because, you know, although there's a few people out there maybe not talking great about the project and how we tried to cut corners here or whatnot, the majority of the city is in full support of this, and we just couldn't be thankful enough for that. So again, thanks for all your help, everyone on the board as well.
Okay. Yes, well, that would make sense because Scott usually is also a, yes, exactly. Exactly. And again, thanks so much for being here. We know how invested you are in this, as we are in this community. Councilor Bergman.
Thanks. Thanks to the city team, and thanks to you all for being here. I totally appreciate the sentiments about being transparent and the need to reshuffle the cards. So for the public and for me, I really do need you to explain how and why a vote against making these changes puts the project at risk.
I guess it gets back to the economics of what's driving it and how you get the support of the bankers who they're going to be contributing 75% to the funds of this project. And without that, we stop at 25%. We're there. So to continue forward, you have to show the banking people that the more you borrow, and you have to borrow more because of the higher construction costs and the labor rates and the interest rates, you need a way to pay that back. It wasn't happening on paper with just doing apartments. We needed to bring in some component that raised the net operating income to pay back the bigger bill that we're stepping into. And so we had numerous partners, potential partners that had come and catered to us, and there was always a little catch, like we were gonna have to give up more than 50% of the project, which was one of our #1 rules. We're not gonna give up control. That's how this thing kind of spiraled out of control a number of times. So that was like hard and fast. We're not giving up. We're not gonna give up control. The second thing was, we didn't want to have to stop. It had started and stopped and started and stopped too many times, and we wanted to keep this thing going. And when we finally settled on a partner, after talking to numerous partners, and we felt good about these people, like-minded, same energy and passion. They brought some good financial strength to the partnership. We felt that it was the right team to keep moving ahead with. And so when we went to the bank with them, and the banks were feeling the same way, and so we've been able to keep the train chugging down the tracks with this new plan and partnership. Otherwise, we would have hit a wall and had to stop.
So this is driven not by your new partner, but by the banks, when all is said and done.
It's yeah.
Primarily by banks.
I'm not a fan of the loss of 75 units of housing, which I think is going to be about, and maybe Brian would correct me, about 14 IZ units, because you got a 20% or 25%. And I actually don't see the original Cynics agreement as being the benchmark. We don't have to go into those decisions. So, that's a concern that I have got, but, there are benefits in my mind, for there being the hotel, not the least of which is the gross receipts tax, not the least of which is having people come down. So this is not, an easy thing to make a decision about, because that's not an insignificant amount of housing. I have gotten some questions related to the inclusionary zoning component of this, since you guys are going to be taking over the that piece of it. And so, is the inclusionary zoning that you're going to be under control of going to be available to the general public? How is that going to work? Will people be able to sign up and become eligible and come on a first come, first served basis?
Just use the microphone.
Councilor, we, SDI, have done something similar in the past at Bayberry Apartments in Burlington, and I believe we're one of the only private developers to take on such a role, rather than put the inclusionary units in one portion or one tower of the project. And we're going to do this project the same way that project was done. At some point in the future, a waiting list may be developed, but it's far too soon to even start talking about that. So it's going to be very simple, like any other market-driven project. At some point, our marketing efforts will be put together, and the go button will be hit, and hopefully the phones will ring for both the inclusionary and the market rate units.
I suspect that they will, given
Yes.
the housing crunch that we've got. So the intention is not that the IC units are going to be for hotel workers, for example.
That is not the intention, but that would be a win-win, because I think one of the things that is lacking in Burlington are places where service workers can live. And I think that if you were to talk to the restaurateurs in town, they would say that's probably one of the biggest things that is prohibiting them from getting back on track since COVID hit. So that's not our target market, but if we can fill up our IZ units with people that work downtown, that'd be a beautiful thing.
Yeah, no, I hear that, and perhaps in the future, we'll ask CEDO to look at guardrails in case there may be games being played, not necessarily with you, but just in general, with the inclusionary zoning ordinance. That's it for me. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilor Bergman. We'll go to Councilor Hightower, and then Councilor McGee, did you have your hand? Okay, and then to Councilor Grant. Go ahead, Councilor Hightower.
Great. Thank you all for coming to present and for the long introductions from everyone, as well as the questions, the willingness to answer questions. I am supportive of this. I mean, obviously don't love the amendment, but I'm supportive of the agreement as a whole, even with this amendment. I know that many of my constituents do feel very blindsided because even though you've been very transparent with the administration, this wasn't released to the public until end of last week. And so I think that folks are feeling like they don't have any control over their downtown or even have a voice in their downtown. And so I don't think that this will be successful, but I think that this is a big enough issue that we should have given folks a chance to digest the information, come to conclusions like the administration had time to do, like you all have had time to do, like city councilors have had time to do. And therefore, I'm gonna move to postpone this vote to our 2nd February meeting.
All right, so there is a motion on the floor to postpone this to our second meeting February 26th? Is that correct? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? There is no second to that motion, so we'll continue. Did you continue to want the floor, Councilor Hightower?
Yeah, I'll just say that I think it's disappointing how quickly we put things in front of the public and then vote on them in ways that councilors can't possibly reach out to constituents or get feedback. And I sincerely hope that the next administration does a better job with that than this one has. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. We're going to go to Councilor McGee and then Councilor Grant.
Thank you, President Paul, and thank you to the city team and to the partners for being here tonight and presenting. I do share the concerns, and I don't necessarily, not directed at the partners, but at the city team for the way that this has come to the council and was presented to the public. I am supportive of the change. I recognize that this is a hard environment to get anything done in from a construction standpoint, and the fact that you all are continuing to get those buildings up is a relief to many of us who didn't want to look at a dirt pit for another several years. So I have a lot of gratitude for that and how much effort you've put into getting us to this place. And also, you know, there are 2 additional phases of City Place that are going to eventually go into design and development phases that I think, you know, we can't say for sure right now, but will hopefully also include more housing units. And so, you know, looking at this project from a 30,000-foot view and the needs that we have in the city, I see a benefit of having more hotel rooms, potentially reducing the incentive to convert long-term rental units into short-term rentals. I think that is another area where this could be beneficial, and the additional revenue certainly won't hurt. So I am supportive of this tonight with the caveat that continuing to leave the public out of these conversations with such a short period of time for us to adequately engage folks is an ongoing problem, and hope that we're able to, would encourage us to remedy that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll go to Councilor Grant, and perhaps then we can go to a vote. Councilor Grant.
Thank you. So VT Digger did an update on this project last week, and I was quoted, and what I said was, I was disappointed to lose any number of new housing units, but the economics of building right now are difficult and expensive. We're lucky this project continues to move along. The pit is a stark reminder of the blight in the city, so the sooner we get rid of it, the better. So I support this. I recognize this. Now, having said that, not saying anything's your fault, but just giving you something to chew on with regards to what Councilors Hightower and McGee just said. And it has been something that the council has been talking about based on feedback from the public. So we have to be very careful about not getting all up in our feelings. And there's a lot of us guilty of that, sometimes myself included, about public feedback. So when people say things like bait and switch, or they quote unquote nitpick or second guess, it's because they don't have information. So you describe being very transparent because of the number of meetings that you're having, but you're not having those meetings with the public, right? So what more can you do to release more updates to the public without jeopardizing any financial plans that you have in the works? Because I'm recognizing that you're kind of going along, got to readjust or pivot, as I believe the word was used. And like I said, I just want that pit gone. So I am loath to do anything that would interfere with that. But I think we need to have more awareness of how the public is feeling. This is a very important project to the public. The amount of information that you have, the amount of information that we have is not the same amount of information that they have. So I'd love to talk to you about what we can do about more public engagement in terms of getting out updates, because then these type of complaints that we're getting would be reduced. I mean, we make things public so quickly, and people feel like not that the public can be involved in every conversation or certainly not every negotiation because of things that have to be kept confidential, but just not feeling like there's any input or questions that are fully answered. So if we could just chew on that, I would really greatly appreciate it. And thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. We'll go to Councilor Shannon, then Councilor Jang.
Thank you. And thank you all both for being here, for being transparent, and for really driving hard to keep this project moving forward. As I've been watching this go up and I've been watching interest rates go up, I've been greatly concerned about the project and its future. Yeah. All along the way, I have said that this is probably not the last hurdle, and this is probably also not the last hurdle. We gave permission for this project to go from 14 stories and only 272 units to then, I think, 278 housing units. And then we gave you permission, I think, for 420 units and 10 stories. So now you're asking us for permission to go to 350 units. And I think that the public often thinks that this is our project, the City of Burlington's project, and that it's our money in it, but it's your money in this. And thank you for that. These kinds of things are not a matter of public opinion. It's a matter of what's going to work and keep the project going forward. But I do appreciate Councilor Grant's comments that the public wants to stay informed and that you all have a desire to be transparent and keep the public informed. So just an idea to put it on the table, and I'm sure there are many, but you know, having a newsletter or something that people could sign up for, so that you can, you know, sing the praises of all the progress that you're making, as well as keep people informed when things are taking a turn and if you need to pivot.
I think probably everybody at the table would rather see more housing than less. But what is possible is critically important, and that you all stay solvent and moving this forward is critically important. And thank you for all that you are doing to assure that that continues to happen. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councilor Shannon. We'll go to Councilor Jang.
Thank you, President, and thank you for being here and for everything that you've been doing so far, right? From my perspective, I am coming from a level of concerns because you were all recognized as community members, people who were born and raised here. You went to school here, you have great projects happening all over the state of Vermont. So you're basically local. And I think a project of this magnitude, with the change of this magnitude, I really wanted you come here and said, we have talked to these NPAs, we have engaged with these commissions, we have engaged with X, Y, and Z. But from my perspective, the lack of community engagement is a little bit concerning to me, especially. I have always supported this project. But it seems that you are opening a new door of continuing to move the business forward, but now forgetting the people who are actually supporting. All they need is just information, and not from anybody, but from you directly. These are your NPAs. These are your community forums. Why don't you show up or hire staff that can show up on your behalf to talk to the people so that we all be good partners? This is an invitation so that we can do better next time. And for all those that are concerned, I am extremely concerned too, because the most fundamental problem in this city is housing. And we are changing this development agreement for less housing for our community members, but to support more the tourists. If it is not solving the issue, and I think that needs to be our fundamental drive to get this through so that we all can be happy. And I understand the concern about lending money, the interest rate, everything is going up. But at the same time, we just were supposed to be where we have a podium. I feel that you're going also a little bit too fast. This was just supposed to be from the pit to the podium, but it is going up and very quickly, right? From my perspective, let's take the time, because once it's built, it's built. What are the opportunities to, at the same time, to be able to solve the most fundamental problem of this city, which is housing? Now, my question is this. With this agreement, how many IZ have we lost? How many inclusionary zoning have we lost into it? 10 units. And okay, so 10 or 11 units, and I think from my perspective, we need to bake that loss for this agreement to also you be able to pay it to another housing development for low-income people. That's my request. Those 11 IZ units that we have lost, I think at the same time, you need to figure out a way to pay it back to the city or to pay it back to the housing developers that are here. And was just wondering if it's part of it. Go ahead.
I just want to say that the city didn't lose IZ units.
I understand.
We're
Yes.
still maintaining the same percentage that we're required to. So we're not losing any. We're just moving them down the street. And actually, the city is gaining several IZ units because of that move. With CHT now moving down to North Ave and building the number of units they are, we're still maintaining 70 units, which is the 20% of the 350. So no one's losing any units with this proposal. And that's being perfectly transparent.
Exactly. So, I mean, I think you now coming back to my point that, yes, the Champlain Housing Trust, in collaboration with Cambrian Rise, they will be building it elsewhere, you know, right. Kind of, right? But now the perception of the community members is not that. You heard it, the word, I don't know, you heard it so many times here today. Say it again.
Bait and switch?
Bait and switch. Which again, coming back to my original point of engaging the community as we move forward. And again, as you also move forward, please recognize that people need housing, and for you to be a better partner and try to help the city to get there. And I know you can, right? Thank you for your time, and best of luck as you move forward, and I'll be supporting this. But please, with those requests for you to consider as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Seeing no others in the queue, we will go to a vote. And why don't we try this just simply on a voice vote? The motion is to approve and authorize the mayor to execute this amendment to the current agreement with City Place Partners. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. The next item on our agenda is 9.5, which is a resolution supporting students and educators through statewide education tax relief. And for a motion, we'll go to the lead sponsor, Councillor Travers.
Thank you, President Paul. I move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back upon a second.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Travers, seconded by Councillor Jang. Councillor Travers, the floor is yours.
Before turning to remarks, I have a parliamentary inquiry, which is that in giving the resolution yet another once over, I noticed a small clerical edit that is necessary at the end of it. And so it's a question for the city attorney's office that if a word is plural instead of singular, is that something that can be changed before this, if it passes, gets sent off, or does that require a formal amendment?
I believe we can change that, yes.
Okay, all right. So thank you very much for that. President Paul, like many in our community, I've had some sticker shock in response to the proposed education tax increase of 13.97%. As the father of 3 young kids, including 2 at Champlain Elementary, I'm invested in the success of our schools, and I'm worried about the extent to which the proposed tax increase will influence the outcome of our school budget vote. What I'm most troubled by is the fact that well more than half of the proposed tax increase is being mandated by the state for reasons outside the control of our local school district. Because Burlington and Chittenden County home prices have skyrocketed in the past year, the state is mandating that Burlington homeowners pay even more than what is required by our recent citywide reappraisal. Insult to injury, because the state acted years ago to end its school construction aid program, Burlington taxpayers are primarily responsible for the cost to construct a new high school and technical center to replace a building that was mandated to close by the Vermont Department of Health. I know many communities in the greater Burlington area and across Vermont are similarly dealing with unprecedented state-mandated tax increases under the Common Level of Appraisal System, or CLA, which is tied to a real estate market that was, to say the least, upwardly volatile during the pandemic. I know many members of our legislative delegation share concern about the extent to which tax increases are impacting affordability here in Burlington and in other Vermont communities. I know our legislative delegations share our concern about the potential consequences for our students and educators if school budgets fail here in Burlington and around the state. Let me take a moment to sincerely thank our legislative delegation for their ongoing work to address these concerns. And the resolution before the council this evening is intended to support reasonable efforts that will mitigate the impact of state-mandated tax increases and, looking forward, establish a more equitable state education financing system. Importantly, this resolution also sends a plea to Montpelier that when considering how to fix our current education financing system and the consequences of state-mandated tax increases, that they please not walk back the progress secured by Act 127, which last year brought per-pupil funding into compliance with the equity standards demanded under Vermont law and needed by Burlington school students. Thank you, President Paul. I ask the council for their support for this resolution.
All right, thank you so much, Counselor Travers. Is there any other counselor who wishes to speak to this resolution? Counselor Barlow.
Thank you, President Paul. Every year, the Burlington School District goes through a thoughtful budget planning process. When I was on the board, that planning process started in early October. It concluded in January. This year, that careful planning incorporated both savings and increased expenses, as well as other operational investments. 61% of that budget increase is due to the debt service we're incurring because the Burlington School District is building a new high school and regional tech center. But too often, any careful planning becomes secondary to the pressures imposed by surprises that come from the state late in that planning process. This year, that surprise was the common level of appraisal, as Councilor Travers indicated. And without any BSD, Burlington School District, increased spending at all, the education property tax rate was increasing by 8%. When large shifts like the CLA adjustment happen, it creates a lot of challenges for the district and puts the budget at risk with the voters. BSD is not alone in this recurring school budget challenge, and I'm hoping that the legislature will take a serious look at our concerns and those of other districts and look seriously at structural changes as a way in the way that we fund school budgets and school construction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Counselor Barlow. Is there anyone else who wishes to offer any comments on this resolution? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to waive the reading and adopt the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes. Thank you, Counselor Travers, for your work on that and to the other co-sponsors. That brings us to item 9.6, which is the RAISE Reconnecting Downtown Grant Acceptance associated with the BTC Public Improvement Project. This is an important milestone in our city's history. It's not every day that we get a $22 million grant with no local match. And I'm sure you'd love to talk about it. So please go ahead, and then we will go to a motion.
Well, I really don't. I'm an engineer. So Laura Wheelock with Public Works. I have Julia Ursaki here with me, also from Public Works, and our Director, Chapin Spencer. We worked with several city departments, CT office, the new grants program, our own office, and a few others to be able to secure this opportunity. It is an add-on to a grant that came before the City Council late last year, which was a congressionally directed spending. This project will be a transformative opportunity for our downtown, being able to reconstruct all the blocks of Cherry Street and all of the blocks of Bank Street. So it's a little bit larger than some of the way that we've described this work previously, but as Council President Paul indicated, it is a zero local match, which is an advantage to being able to fund a project of this scale.
Thank you. Did either of you wish to add anything else? No? Okay. So, I'm sorry. Did you want to say something, Mayor Weinberger? I apologize. I'm looking over here, and I should be looking over here.
President Paul, thanks. I've spoken a fair amount tonight already, so I'll try not to go on much longer. But I certainly do think this grant is allows us, we've been kind of looking at the City Place. We've been talking about the City Place project tonight and reflecting on the history. Back when we went to the voters about the City Place project, the TIF investment, and the zoning change, we said at the time that we hope to be able to fund up to 8 blocks of public infrastructure being rebuilt to great street standards in the blocks immediately around the project. With all the delays of the project, making the project smaller, what's happened with interest rates and construction pricing, had the original plan, we wouldn't have been able to get anywhere close to fulfilling that vision, which was not a promise. We always said it was up to 8 blocks, and we were clear what the priorities would be. But with this grant, with the congressionally directed spending from Senator Leahy, we are now back in position to try to realize that full vision, maybe even a little bit more than that full vision, and bring all of the this big area up to these great street standards and really have a very positive impact on the future of the downtown. So I'm really grateful for everyone who put work into this. Laura just said this, but I think it's worth repeating. One of the things we did together in the last couple of years to create new positions within the city to go after opportunities like this. And this is one of the first big payoffs of that investment, and I think really shows what's the importance of, in this new environment, of having that capacity. Thanks, President Paul.
Thank you very much. We will go to Councilor Barlow for a motion on this item.
And this motion is a mouthful. I move to authorize the Director of Public Works to execute the Amendment Number 1 to Cooperative Agreement CA 0811 from the Vermont Agency of Transportation to accept an additional grant amount of $22,384,000 for construction of the Reconnecting Downtown project. 4, an authorized raise grant acceptance in the amount of $22,384, resulting in a total authorized grant acceptance amount of $37,384,000, including a previously authorized CDS local match in the amount of $3 million, with project costs to be paid upfront by the City of Burlington and then reimbursed by the Vermont Agency of Transportation with no local match, subject to the approval of the City Attorney's Office. And 2, to authorize the Director of Public Works to execute the U.S. Department of Transportation grant agreement under fiscal year 2023 RAISE program to define the scope of work, project schedule, and city's reporting responsibilities, subject to the approval of the City Attorney's Office. And 3, to approve necessary amendments to the BTC Public Improvements Project budget, Great Streets Bank and Cherry Streets project budget by adjusting the accounts as described herein in the attached draft budget amendment form, and further authorize the Chief Administrative or designee to effect all necessary transfer of funds in furtherance of such amendments.
Thank you so much, Councilor Barlow. I mean, for $22 million, it shouldn't be just 4 words, right? Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Carpenter. Is there any councilor who wishes to speak to this motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion as outlined by Councilor Barlow, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously with our thanks for all of your work and all of your effort on securing this grant. We will now move on to item 9.7, which is a request to convey the so-called North Hangar building at the Patrick Leahy Burlington International Airport to Beta Technologies by bill of sale, and 2, to execute a ground lease agreement with Beta to replace the existing building lease between the parties. Before we get to some comments from our airport team, we'll go to a motion. I'll go to Councilor Travers. And
before the motion, President Paul, I will be recusing myself from this vote due to a professional conflict of interest.
okay, so we're noting a recusal due to a conflict of interest from Councilor Doherty. Please go ahead, Councilor Travers.
And just another parliamentary inquiry. I know there's 2 parts to this motion to confirm that it would be appropriate to make both of those parts in a single motion at this time.
I believe that is correct. Is that okay with the city attorney?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I would move to authorize the conveyance of the North Hangar building located at 1150 Airport Drive in South Burlington to Beta Technologies, Inc., and to authorize the mayor of the city of Burlington to execute a bill of sale to effect the conveyance, subject to final review and approval by the city attorney's office, and to authorize the leasing of certain identified space at the Patrick Leahy Burlington International Airport to Beta Technologies, Inc., and to authorize the mayor of the city of Burlington to execute the ground lease agreement, subject to final review and approval by the city attorney's office, and upon a second, will
turn to our guests.
Thank you so much, Councilor Travers. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Bergman. You do not need the floor back? Okay. So we will go to Director of Aviation, Nick Longo, and then we can go to some questions if there are any questions from the council. And I believe, do you have some, and we do have Jeff Glassberg joining us online.
Thank you, President Paul. Thank you, councilors. Just a quick, brief history of this particular lease and what is being proposed tonight. Beta Technologies did come to the city, the airport, back in 2018, 2019, which this very lease that you're contemplating tonight is that original lease back in 2019. The building that they have occupied, just to paint a quick picture, was scheduled to be demolished. This was a building that the majority of the space was not able to be occupied. There were no tenants in it, and the city and the airport had no means to renovate it or utilize that space any further without significant investment. We were using the space, the hangar, as storage for snow removal equipment and other various storage needs. Beta Technologies came to the city and the airport to occupy this space, and this is when the city, the Airport Commission, the Board of Finance, and the City Council authorized a lease agreement in 2019 for this entire space, with the understanding that there would be improvements to the building and, of course, renovations. We've been successfully leasing this space. All terms of this current lease are satisfied. There have been over $500,000 in investments into the property itself, which was part of the original lease. And the Beta Technologies has been remitting payment as per this original lease. What I and the team here, Deputy Director Dave Carmen, Director of Finance Marie Friedman, I also have Executive Assistant Hannah Dusablon, and our consultant Jeff Glassberg here tonight is requesting, of course, those two motions to sell the property to Beta Technologies because of more than just their $500,000 of investment, but their $15 million of investment into this property, as well as continuing to lease the ground back to Beta Technologies. A very important request of the city of the airport is to remain revenue neutral, to make sure that the city is made whole with this particular change and new ground lease with Beta Technologies. Beta Technologies continues to be a partner, of course, with the city and with the airport, not just with this facility. You have authorized not just this original lease, but two additional leases as a reminder, both the major manufacturing site, which is now built at the airport, as well as a smaller general aviation hangar, and this hangar that you're looking at before you tonight. They also help us with many other things, including the space that is here before you tonight, which is renovations to parking lots, renovations to apron space in front of this hangar, all of which the city and the airport would have had to invest. But we don't have to because of the partnership with Beta Technologies. There's residual partnerships as well, and Jeff is going to get into the details of what we're requesting tonight. We're partnering with electric energy. We're partnering with electric chargers for vehicles. We're partnering in many different areas of the operations of the Patrick Leahy Burlington International Airport. I'm going to hand it right over to Jeff to talk about the very particular details of this lease for a brief statement on what we're asking for tonight.
Thanks for having me back this evening. With respect to this transaction, what we're seeking to do is to put this lease form for this property in the same structure as two other leases that the city has previously approved. The ground lease for the construction of the production facility on the South 40 and the ground lease for the construction of the new general aviation hangar and training center in the West Valley, both provide a mechanism for Beta to recover the cash it expended to construct those facilities, giving Beta a tool to put that capital back into its growing business. So in the case of those two subsequent leases, West Valley and the South 40, Beta has the opportunity to either sell and lease back its building, or to put in place a leasehold mortgage to recover its capital. In the case of the South 40 building, we're aware that Beta recently did close a leasehold mortgage transaction with the Export-Import Bank, and it allowed them to recover that expensive venture capital and put it back into its business using capital from a source that's well suited to finance real estate. In the case of this particular transaction that we're proposing to you, Beta did make the investment in the building, and as Nick notes, that was approximately $15 million. The terms of this lease would have those improvements, that building revert to city ownership at the end of the lease term. The lease does require the creation and capitalization of a replacement reserve fund to ensure that the building is properly maintained so that when it reverts to city ownership, it's in good condition. The goal here was for the city, using the limited tools it has, to be accommodative and supportive of Beta and economic development at BTV. Part of the work that Beta does is not just building airplanes, they're also recruiting. They're a growing company, and they're marketing BTV and the area as a great place to live and work. That has value to us going forward as well. What we've tried to do is accommodate Beta in a way that is financially neutral to BTV. And we think we've achieved that with the proposal that's in front of you. There is a summary of the lease terms that was included in the board memo. I'm also had the opportunity to review the transaction in greater detail with Councilor Barlow earlier today, and we'd be happy to go through the council's questions at this point.
Great, thank you so much. If it's okay, we'll, if you've completed your comments.
I have,
yes?
and I'm ready for any questions.
Okay, great. So if there are questions from the council, now would be that time. Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, President Paul. And first off, thank you for coming again. I know we had you at Board of Finance last week. I'll just start by saying I consider myself a supporter of the work that Beta Technologies is doing and the relationship that Beta has with the airport and the city. And I want to support that continued partnership. At the same time, though, I take seriously our responsibility to represent the public interest and perform due diligence on significant real estate agreements involving city assets like this one. We were only made aware of this requested change a little over a week ago. I talked with Director Longo before the Board of Finance with some questions that I had, and he answered those, but the questions begat other questions I had. And so I feel like this is a case where I really wish we had been brought into the process sooner, like we often are with a lot of the city real estate deals, where we're allowed to provide input, give feedback, and sort of shape things. And so going forward, I'm asking the airport to please make sure they bring these agreements to us a little earlier so we can provide that feedback and input. And also, I would like it to go through the airport commission before it comes to the city council. So it's my respectful request of you in the future to try to adhere to that, because I think it gets better vetting. That said, I appreciate that Director Longo and Mr. Glassberg have been very responsive to my questions, and I've shared those with the rest of the council. And so tonight I'll ask three. The first is, can you speak to the revenue neutrality of the agreement and address claims that Beta might be getting more than the city is getting in this deal?
Absolutely. I just want to mention, I know at the Board of Finance there was a discussion of the Airport Commission. The Airport Commission has seen this prior to coming to here with a unanimous vote to support it as well. As far as the revenue neutrality of the deal, currently there are essentially two components to the existing lease. We have building rent, because at this point in time we do own the building, therefore we're renting the building on a square footage rate consistent with other building rent at the airport. There's also a limited section of ground rent. This is being shifted entirely, of course, to ground rent because with this approved authorized transaction, there would no longer be an asset owned by the airport. Therefore, there would be no building rent associated with this. The ground rent would not be in itself a revenue neutral deal. Therefore, again, it was extremely important during the negotiations that the ground rent be consistent with a revenue neutral deal inclusive of both the building and the ground rent to include other items such as parking revenue, standard vehicle parking revenue, which in this particular deal is 125 parking spaces at our standard rental rate that we charge every other tenant. That is a flexible deal as well, so we have some options and are not held to that 125 locations. We also are charging landing fees associated with all of their aircraft, very consistent and identical to all aircraft that are landing at the airport, from the smallest aircraft to commercial aircraft. All of those within that deal create a revenue neutral deal for the airport. So both the old agreement and this new agreement, the airport is walking away with an annual revenue consistent with what our deal is today. Some of the projections are even further because, again, we don't know exactly how many landings or operations Beta Technology is going to do over that time, over the future time period, especially when they roll out their brand new electric aircraft. I believe I answered the gist of the question there.
Thanks. I'll move on. I had questions about the landing fees. You had expressed to us that the landing fees were a new feature of this lease. And when I looked at the old lease and the current lease, the language is almost identical in terms of landing fees. So how are landing fees a new benefit of the new lease?
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're a brand new benefit because both agreements do have landing fees associated with them. But again, very similar to the parking geographic locations as well as the fee, they're flexible, meaning the consistent rate of a landing formula is spread across this particular deal. Not even traditionally, right now, our landing fee is over 6,000 pounds. We charge per 1,000 pound of landing at the airport if the aircraft is over 6,000 pounds. With this new deal and with new rates associated with the airport, that is adjusted to 2,000 pounds. And again, that's consistent across the airport. So that change would be an increase in revenue, again, making adding to the revenue neutrality of this deal.
And just to be clear, this fee didn't exist for below 6,000 pounds, didn't exist for anywhere on the airport prior?
That's correct.
So that's new across the entire airport? Okay,
That is
thank you.
correct.
And lastly, can you just, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Glassberg, I'm not sure, but can you explain how the change in lease terms and building sale affect the city's control in the event of a business failure, loan default, or a change in ownership?
Yeah, yeah. Jeff, would you be able to answer that?
Because that's a complicated question, we actually gave you a chart of all the terms that
And I appreciate that.
Your question, and we contrasted between the existing lease and the new lease. Without, reading through all of that, the city's interests are protected in the event of failure of let's do it this way. In the event that Beta puts in place a leasehold mortgage, and if it fails to pay its mortgage, the mortgagee has the right to step in and perform for the tenant in order to keep the ground lease in place. So the city's interests are not diminished by having a mortgagee in place. It provides another level of potential payer in the event of failure by Beta. In the event of a sale leaseback, the relationship of the city would at that point be with the subsequent owner, who would have to have financial capacity and who would be responsible for continuing to pay the city. Beta's failure as a tenant would then be their problem. The city would look to the new owner of the property for its performance under the lease. Am I addressing the
Generally, I just,
issues?
yes, thank you. And I was just looking for sort of the Cliff Note narrative on that, and you essentially have provided that, so thank you for that. And with that, I will rest my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Barlow. We have come to the magic hour of 10 minutes past the magic hour of 10:30. With that, and we do have, in addition to this item, we do have 3 deliberative items remaining. For a motion and in order to proceed, I'll go to Councilor McGee for a motion.
Thank you, President Paul. I would move to suspend our rules in order for us to complete our deliberative agenda.
Okay, a motion is made to suspend our rules to complete the remaining items on our deliberative agenda, seconded by Councilor Bergman. Is there any, this requires a 2/3 vote. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to suspend our rules to complete our deliberative agenda, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Okay, so we will continue with our to the end of our deliberative agenda. Thank you again, Councilor Barlow. Is there any other councilor who wishes to offer any comments or questions on the agenda item before us, 9.7? Seeing Councilor Travers.
I want to echo the thanks that Councilor Barlow mentioned for the presentation and the work here. In alignment with some of the comments that Councilor Barlow made with respect to sort of additional information on these kinds of agreements, we did hear about the development agreement earlier and sort of very early on in that process. We've heard from the developers there to expect them to continue to come back with respect to sort of further changes and amendments down the road. And I guess my question for you all is, in the airport's relationship with Beta, what do you see as next? Is there a next step here that you anticipate you're going to be coming back to the council for? Or are you in a position to talk about that at this point in time? So that's what I'm curious about.
I see Beta being one of the first to develop and manufacture in full-scale electric aircraft, and that's really exciting, and that comes with a lot of changes to the airport as well, including operational changes. That this coming spring, you've already approved many of those items, including new ramp space and the other half of their manufacturing facility. Again, these are things that have already been approved by the council. Right now, I don't see any other changes besides those three, with this item before you tonight, those three leases being Beta's footprint at the airport.
Okay. Great. I'm looking forward to supporting this. I was grateful to, in my council role, take Beta up on an opportunity to come and tour their facility, and if other councilors haven't done the same, I would encourage them to do so, because it truly is an amazing state-of-the-art facility. When you're there, you almost feel like you're not in Burlington because of the really cutting-edge work that they're doing there with really, such a growing workforce as well. It's exciting to see what they've done for the airport and how many employees and innovation they've brought to our area. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you to Beta, and I'm looking forward to supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Travers. Councillor Jang.
Very quickly, and thank you for the presentation, and happy to support this, and also want to recognize Beta people that are here. You've been sitting all day. Thank you for being here. And I think Councillor Barlow did mention something really important, that Director, we simply requesting for you to think about it as you move forward. I think you've been doing an amazing job, right? And I thought that the alignment between the council and now the Burlington, particularly International Airport, has gotten better. But hearing here today that this did not go to TUC was a little bit concerning from my perspective. Yes, it went to commission, but I think equally to try as much as you can to make that alignment, it will be great. And also for the TUC members to also consider, reaching out more, even though they're not on the agenda, but whatever happening in transportation, equity, energy, utility committee, the director or a designated staff should know, so that we build this alignment, because it's all the same. The commission should be considered equally as a transportation, the city council committee. This is just a simple request, and thank for your work, and happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Councillor Grant.
Hi, a couple quick questions, kind of following up on what Councillor Yang just said. Does your commission, do you do a report for your commission? And would this have been included in your report to your commission?
I do. So we have monthly airport commission meetings with various topics, of course. A month ago, I did present this during executive session to the commission, and they voted on it last week with Board of Finance vote as well. So yes, we've had various conversations.
Okay, so then as of last week, it would be considered public?
That's correct.
Okay, so then maybe...
2 weeks ago, because it was published 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Okay, so maybe just kind of throwing this out, like when I joined the Public Safety Committee, I requested that Chief LaChance forward the report that he gives to his fire commission. And so it's just one report that he creates, he just forwards it to our committee as well. Maybe your report to your commission can be forwarded to TUC, and then that way the city council gets looped in a little bit sooner. and then we can start to discuss ideas about when it's appropriate to make things available to the public to know, because we're all getting a lot of feedback around transparency issues. But thank you for your report and your presentation.
Thanks very much, Councilor Grant. And thank you for being here from Veda. Appreciate it. Is there any other councilor that wishes to speak to this item? I do think it is worth noting in the memo that you had for the benefit of the public who may not have read the report or read the memo, that Beta now employs 465 people in administrative and prototype manufacturing facilities, or actually at the Burlington facility, out of a total of 600 employees at the company, many in high-paying positions. And also to note that Beta is currently seeking to fill another 125 full-time positions and 85 internship opportunities at the Burlington International Airport. In all, Beta projects total expenditures on capital investments and salaries in excess of $200 million through 2024. Quite an accomplishment. With that, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being here with us. That will move us to item 9.8, which is the South End Coordination Schedule update. And for this item, I believe we have DPW Director Chapin Spencer. We also have City Engineer Norm Baldwin, as well as Senior Public Works Engineer Corey Mims, and perhaps others. Laura, you're here as well. Laura Wheelock, also senior engineer. We've allowed 20 minutes or so for this presentation, including some questions. And as the hour is getting later and later, but this is important. So this is really an informational item. There's no action required from the council, but we will continue with the update, which is an important one.
Thank you, President Paul. Thank you. We will be expeditious here. In the fall of 2021, we put together the South End Construction Coordination Plan with two main goals: to deliver generational infrastructure renewal and minimizing the impacts of that investment on our community by coordinating our projects together. In 3 years, we've been very successful to accomplish a number of projects that Norm will go over. Now, we have added downtown to the construction coordination plan, as we have many generational projects there as well. In sum, over $200 million of investment in our infrastructure. It is critical that we do this in a way that it treats our stakeholders as well as possible during these invasive investments. So tonight, we want to give you an update on the projects and how they have either been accomplished or shifted over time. And specifically, next meeting, we will be here with some requests for contract and budget amendments for the Champlain Parkway. To make sure you understand the context of all the projects in that ask, we have this update. City Engineer Norm Baldwin.
Thank you, Chapin. So this first slide is an indication of the projects that we've been working on, ones that are complete, ones that are currently in construction, and those that are in the process of development that will eventually arrive at process of construction. So I'm not going to read through the list, but those lists I presented to the council in advance, so you should be able to have already read it, so I'm not going to spend time reading through those. But what's important to the public is, of course, what are we talking about in terms of projects? What do they look like? What are we referring to? Bank Street, Cherry Street, here's in BTC, here's the drawings associated with that project. The Champlain Parkway and its corridor. And we have the Rail Yard Enterprise project and its design and concept. And then we have, of course, Main Street, Gray Streets, which is currently underway, and you're seeing the active construction as we speak. And then you have the schedule that is the schedule that was previously noted years ago. Obviously, when we advance projects, we encounter things start, finish, so on and so forth, but they're all the best prediction we can at the time. But what's worth noting is this is the updated schedule with all the projects that are in play. The top row is the projects that were complete. These are the blue area is the projects that are currently underway. You'll see a red line, which is the current date and time in which we are at, which is the first quarter of '24. The projects that we've added since the last round is, of course, Main Street, Great Streets, Cherry Street, Great Streets, Bank Street, Great Streets, and BTC. One important element to this schedule is the fact that Rail Yard Enterprise is continuing forward, and we actually were successful in getting the environmental assessment complete, which means we also had a determination of finding of no significant impact, which then allows us to proceed with preliminary design. And once we reach a stage of reasonable preliminary design of 60%, we'll then begin the process of right-of-way construction. You will see in comparison, I know the council has expressed interest in this, is Champlain Parkway was broken into 2 phases. The first phase is nearly complete and will be likely complete this August. The second phase we're looking to advance is potentially beginning this August, right behind that work. And so we are working right now to package that design and keep that moving as was required by our partners in that process. Some of what I think this presentation does is it provides you kind of the compare and contrast and some of the challenges that go along with projects. As I've noted, the Rail Yard Enterprise did get its environmental assessment, which means we have a preferred alternative that's selected and we can begin design. Survey's already started and underway. And current schedule suggests the April 2027 start of construction. It's as our best guess. As I noted earlier, the Parkway is anticipated to be complete this summer, early summer, August 1st. And Main Street, Great Streets, as you know, has already started. Important elements to the update is Champlain Parkway's final phase is worth noting is the northern segment and the southern segment. The northern segment is Pine Street from Kilburn to Maine. The southern segment is 189 to the 7 interchange. It's basically south of Home Avenue and it connects into the interstate system. As I noted previously, we're looking to potentially bid this in March of this year. Federal Highway and VTrans have expressed urgency to repackage and rebid. Final phase no later than July 1st, given the financial scale of the project and its impact on other transportation project priorities. This project is a very expensive project. CCRPC and all the other projects have kind of worked around it over the years as the fits and starts of whether it's going to go or not go. And so there's a lot of concern how this financial swing will impact so many other transportation priorities. So that's why you hear from Federal Highway and VTrans about us moving ahead, moving forward. As Champlain noted, this is an attempt to brief the council on where we are with projects to be prepared for what would be a next month's ask at the Board of Finance, seeking to authorize contract authorizations for the Parkway to advance packaging of design for phase 2 and also completion of the first phase with some additional costs that were anticipated. And then one final note on Main Street, Great Streets on this slide is we're preparing to submit grant applications for the second phase of Main Street, Great Streets, which is intended to connect from Pine Street west to further points west for Main Street. There is some discussion about how far west, potentially either Battery Street or all the way to College Street. And then you've heard earlier tonight the fact that we were successful in receiving a raise grant and congressional directed spending with anticipated starts of spring of 2026 and Bank Street start 2027. And as was noted by staff, Burlington Town Center Public Improvements is currently underway. And then it's just, I'll leave this to questions, and there's the listing of staff members that are participating in those various projects. Hopefully that was quick enough, maybe too fast, but.
Great, thank you so much. So again, this item is informational and it doesn't require any action from the council, but that doesn't mean that we don't have questions. Councilor Bergman.
So you guys know my interest in the railroad enterprise project and its relationship with the Champlain Parkway. So talk to me about the finishing of the parkway like 3 years before an estimated construction or beginning of the railroad enterprise, and talk to me about the pitfalls, the potential pitfalls that would have you come here and say, whoops, can't do the railroad enterprise project, and yet you have already, Mr. Bergman, voted to authorize the completion of the Champlain Parkway despite you having said that you would not do that. Talk me out of my quandary.
I'll start. Thank you, Councilor Bergman. The plan that you saw tonight does reflect that the rail yard enterprise has reached a milestone. The fact that it received its environmental assessment from Federal Highway means that this is a viable project in terms of moving to preliminary design. The state and the feds have committed up to $20 million on this project. That is a major commitment and one that we are continuing to advance. The Champlain Parkway, which is a separate project, is moving in a way that when it goes out to bid in March and starts in August, it will not be completed until 2026 or potentially 2027. But the plan is to have the REP under construction in 2027. So there is a bit of a gap there with the Parkway final construction contract being completed a year or so before, approximately a year before the rail yard enterprise project is under construction. That is a shift in the sequencing that what we showed 3 years ago, and that's why we felt it was very important to get in front of you to explain that change.
Well, thank you. So talk me out of my concern about voting to complete the parkway, which I don't believe should be ending up in the King Street neighborhood. And I said I wouldn't support that. And I understand the financial hit, but it's just fundamentally wrong. So talk me off of the ledge when it comes to my fears that there all of a sudden is going to be in that year period when we're not going to be able to do the railroad enterprise project. Talk me away from that, please.
So I first say that the rail yard enterprise has continued to be one of the highest priorities right there, along with the parkway itself, and maybe even more so, given the unique challenge of trying to develop a project in such a constrained site. Obviously, you know that it's got historic elements, building elements, it's got archaeological sites, it's got contamination, it's got a rail yard which we don't actually control and cannot condemn. And we've worked very hard to get through a federal process to get this EA. And as a matter of fact, we meet on a weekly basis to really kind of pound forward and make this thing happen. And I think Federal Highway knows and understands what the council's interests are in terms of getting this project done well in advance of the parkway, but also is of the mind that if we really want their support for the rail enterprise project, they need to have the Champlain Parkway complete and operational. And so we are at kind of, as a city, when we're asking for federal dollars and state dollars, we're at a disadvantage where we don't really fully decide the schedules, only we try to keep our work as far forward as we can to accommodate what council is asking for. And so we are partners with an agency that may not fully appreciate or understand where we are with, because they have another interest, and that is the broader state and community, Chittenden County community, who are fighting for transportation dollars. So we're trying to do our best. It's obviously not a simple process. We wish it would have gone much further, much faster. We have worked very hard, very diligently to kind of arrive at where we are today. And I feel proud of that work, even though it's not arriving at where council necessarily wanted it to be.
I'll finish by thanking you, Norm. I know how hard you work, and Laura and Corey and Chapin. So this is not a hit on you when I say that, and I totally appreciate that. You haven't talked me off the ledge.
Thank you so much, Councilor Bergman. Are there any other Councilor McGee?
Thank you, President Paul. I share Councilor Bergman's concerns, and when we approved moving forward with Phase 1, I think it was pretty clear that we were doing so in anticipation that the Rail Yard Enterprise project would come first. So I will probably be reaching out to figure out who we need to appeal to get the Federal Highway Administration to be a little more flexible. I think given the fact that it's taken 40 plus years for the Champlain Parkway to get to this point, I would hope that we could apply an equity lens to finishing the last bit of the work here, and understanding that, for the King Maple neighborhood, it's really a non-starter for Phase 2 to happen before the Rail Yard Enterprise project. So that's where I'm at right now. And so just so I fully understand, the action you'll be coming to the council with at our next meeting, or the next Board of Finance meeting, will be to approve additional funding for Phase 1 or funding for Phase 2?
It would be for both. It's an updated project budget, along with 3 supporting contracts, one being the designer, CHA, one being D&K, who's supporting our work with the Champlain Parkway, and then WSP, who's a resident engineering services and public engagement that supports the project itself for Parkway.
And just to be clear, it would not include the construction contract for Phase 2. Those are the supporting consultants for Phase 2 that Norm just referenced. Some of the scope for those contractors would carry through into Phase 2 in full disclosure. I think it's important to notice, and various councilors can have all different perspectives, but the city did embark with our federal and state partners a very robust NEPA process, which is the National Environmental Policy Act, which looked at the impacts on the King and Maple neighborhood and found that there was no disproportionate impact in that neighborhood. The documentation is all on the Champlain Parkway website. There is a projected increase in 9% of traffic, an increase to traffic of approximately 9% in the neighborhood, but that is balanced with exclusive pedestrian phases, bump outs, traffic calming, and other measures to manage that traffic. So happy to talk to councilors offline. This is a complicated situation. We're happy to make ourselves available.
I appreciate that, and also want to echo Councilor Bergman's thanks for the work that you all are doing. I recognize that this is not an easy environment to operate in, and know that you all are working hard, so I definitely don't want my remarks to be taken as anything other than gratitude for that. Thank you.
Understood.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Seeing no others will, my apologies, Councillor Travers and then Councillor Grant.
Just, thank you very much for the presentation. Just a couple clarifying questions. So I understand that your next ask of the Board of Finance would not be for any construction contract for Phase 2 of the Champlain Parkway, but do you have any anticipated timeline as to when you would be seeking council support of a construction contract on Phase 2?
So as we speak, we're working to repackage the final phase of the parkway. We found some details that need to be worked out to be able to advance to the next phase of bidding, the final phase, which we anticipate bidding potentially in March. And there's typically a bid process that takes at least 3 weeks of open bid process or review. And then we'll probably be looking to come to the council probably in April, May for potential contract for construction, depending on how it lands with the bids and finance. One thing that I will note that Federal Highway and the state have been very clear about spending the right amount of time to refine the design to make sure we know and understand costs. We found some complications with the design in the respect that the road to affordability really discounted many problems and many issues in this first phase that cost substantially more than what we originally anticipated. And as a result, Federal Highway and the state have been asking us to spend the right amount of time to repackage this in a way that's going to account for costs in a very more refined way. So we'll see how our schedule goes, but I will also note to you that the first phase was originally anticipated to be complete at the end of this coming construction season, and we're really only maybe 3 or 4 months short of that schedule by ending in August.
Thank you for that. I trust that in a perfect world, you would still very much like to have the Rail Yard Enterprise project complete as soon as possible to the completion of Phase 2 of the Champlain Parkway. Looking at the schedule as you've laid it out here, and I don't anticipate you may have the answers at this moment, but on the Rail Yard Enterprise project, do you see any areas where, looking forward, there may be opportunities to crunch the timeline a little bit? I mean, looking at it right now, I mean, are we currently looking at right-of-way acquisition for the Rail Yard Enterprise project? Is there, for whatever reason, some steps that we need to finish up before we can start that process? Is there a way for us to do final engineering, for example, before we've completed the right-of-way acquisition? I mean, I'm just curious as to whether or not it actually needs to be in the sequences we're seeing here in the block schedule, or are there any opportunities from your perspective to crunch the timeline a bit?
So this is a very simplified schedule.
Right.
Obviously, there's critical path elements that we're monitoring and tracking and trying to keep ahead of the schedule and keep things moving as quickly as possible. As an example, we did not have an EA, and we were looking to advance baseline survey for purposes of design, assuming that the right-of-way that we have or picked by council was the one that was actually going to move forward. And so we've been advancing that scope of work early to do the very thing you're talking about, is how quickly can we make things move. And this is one of the things that we try to identify and work with. But there's so many things that the federal process requires that requires it to be sequential. But there are, where we can exercise some flexibility with them, they are working with us to do that.
Great. I know it's very late, but with you all here, I want to take the opportunity to express gratitude for the great work that you and our construction partners have done on Phase 1 of the project. I think it's very impressive how far along you've gotten it. I know many South End neighbors are pleasantly surprised by what they've found through all that and are very eager to get that open. I know you all have heard from folks that are wanting to use that shared use path right now for the purposes of getting out and walking and biking. So thank you very much for that work. I too, share the concerns about completing the parkway without the rail yard enterprise project. I would love for those two projects to be as close as possible. I do also want to say, though, that I'm mindful of the fact that there are also significant traffic and pedestrian vehicle safety concerns that exist on the south end of this project as well. There are many neighborhoods in the South Meadow neighborhood and in the Addition neighborhood, for example, that for many, many years have been dealing with inordinate traffic impact along Home Avenue and along Pine Street that for years has been promised to be relieved by or ultimately opening the entire Parkway project here. So there are competing demands, I think, on either end of this project here that we're going to have to be mindful of as we work to bring this to completion. So thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll go to Councilor Grant.
Hi, it's late. I don't want to get into a big back and forth, but there are equity issues around the Champlain Parkway and the King Street Maple area, and there are traditionally equity issues across our country with regards to projects like this. I remember when I'd be younger, my mother explained to me, what they mean by the other side of the tracks. And that when you're in communities and you look at how neighborhoods are divided by railway tracks, and then also later on major highway projects and things like that. So I don't think we should undervalue or discount that, because if that area had more political power, those people made more money in that area, there might have been more debate about it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councilor Grant. So I see no others in the queue. And as I said, this is an informational item. So thank you again for your time and all of your effort on this, on all these many projects. We have two more deliberative items. The next is item 9.9, which is a resolution regarding implementation of a carbon pollution impact fee. And for this item, I will go to Councilor Bergman for a motion.
Thank you, President Paul. I'd move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back after a second.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Bergman. Seconded by Councilor King. Councilor Bergman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm cognizant of the time, so I will try to be brief. And let me start by saying that despite the various comments that we have gotten about this resolution putting something on the ballot, and I wish it was something that we were going to do, it just does not do that. It simply sets up a process to put something on the ballot. I hear my friends at this table's desire to look at more than a fee, something like incentives, and the need for more input and for more granularity. And this resolution is exactly what that calls for. The resolution calls exactly for that. I hear a desire to act. I also hear the desire to not deny climate change by using the tactic of delay, delay, delay. And this resolution takes up this challenge. It takes up the offers made in December by some of my friends at this table to look at August as an alternative to a town meeting day ballot item. It allows us to engage in a process that both opponents like VGS and UVM and UVMMC are calling for, and what many people, including folks who were here tonight and who wrote to us, are asking us for in terms of dealing with the carbon fee ordinance and with climate action generally. So let me conclude by asking you to please support this resolution and don't act to deny by acting to delay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Bergman. Is there any other councilor that wishes to speak to this resolution? Councilor Grant.
I was out lid dropping this weekend. It was in the 50s on Saturday. It was a nice day for lid dropping, but it was deeply concerning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, President Paul. You know, I'm not a climate denier. I'm not. But I do think we need to be realistic about how we decarbonize buildings smaller than the ones we've already assessed a carbon pollution impact fee for. And I know I've said this again, I feel like a broken record sometimes, but at the TUC meeting on January 9th, we saw a list of 112 parcels between 25,000 and 50,000 square feet. And based on the composition of those buildings, we saw a lot of buildings that weren't on the tax rolls, buildings that housed small businesses like coffee shops, or retailers and restaurants in our downtown Old North End, Pine Street, North Avenue. And it's just not clear to me that the carbon pollution impact fee is the right tool to decarbonize those buildings. If we make it onerous to own property in Burlington, commercial industrial property in Burlington, or hard to operate businesses there, I'm not sure we decarbonize if those businesses and property owners just go to one of our neighboring communities because it's less expensive to operate and own there. So I'm not saying that it's off the table, but I'm just saying I'm not going to presuppose we're going to have a ballot item later this year to expand the fee we assess on carbon for those buildings. And I do hope there are other ways we can address it through incentives, through weatherization, through whatever other tools are available. But I just have real concern about expanding, assuming that we're going into a process with an outcome. But I look forward to a process. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues at this table on decarbonizing other buildings. I'll just leave it there. I'm not supporting this tonight, but I'm committed to continuing to work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Travers.
Thanks, President Paul. I understand the dangers presented by the climate crisis, and as a father of 3 little kids, I'm deeply concerned about the future we're creating for next generations. This is why I was proud to work on strengthening and passing our new carbon pollution impact fee ordinance last November. During the committee process on that ordinance, we heard and responded to testimony from dozens of stakeholders and strengthened that carbon fee in many important respects. The carbon fee for fossil fuel users is based on the social cost of carbon in Vermont as calculated by the Vermont Climate Council in its latest climate action plan. They calculated that figure to be $128 per ton of greenhouse gas emissions. Our carbon fee actually went higher than that figure in setting our carbon fee at $150 per ton. When this was before the Ordinance Committee, we took action to significantly strengthen our carbon fee ordinance by mandating that new construction prioritize electric, geothermal, or solar heat in primary thermal energy systems. It's only if electrification is infeasible that a building may choose between using an eligible non-fossil fuel system or a fossil fuel system and paying our carbon fee. I do certainly hear and respect that a number of individuals still feel that our ordinance, even with its improvements and the strengthening that we did for it, did not go far enough. I really don't agree, though, that we failed to listen to those stakeholders. I certainly don't agree with some folks who've been claiming that we are anti-climate for not supporting the resolution before it. I don't agree with and take exception to any implication that We are unconcerned about the 50-degree temperatures that we had just recently. I'm very concerned about that. We haven't even taken a moment, though, to celebrate the work that we did just last November. When our carbon fee was enacted just a few weeks ago, we stood up the most progressive, forward-thinking climate policy of any community in Vermont. Indeed, perhaps of any small city in the United States. That said, I completely agree our work on climate change is far from done. I also acknowledge, as I did during the committee process, that this work may require our revisiting the carbon fee. I thank you for raising that point, Councilor Barlow. This is why, again, in addition to the improvements that I just mentioned that we made to the carbon fee ordinance, the ordinance committee did add strong record keeping and reporting requirements, such that once we've secured actual data on how our carbon fee is working, we can make evidence-based decisions on a future path. As previously mentioned, our new carbon fee was stood up just a few weeks ago. I'm not even certain that over those few weeks, a single building applicant has applied for a permit yet under our carbon fee. At this earliest stage, while I agree with the openness to our revisiting the carbon fee at a later date, I can't support a resolution that's already setting us on a path to make significant changes to a new ordinance that's barely gotten off the ground. I certainly respect the reasoning for bringing it forward, but can't vote in support of it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. I'm sorry, Councilor Travers. Councilor Grant.
I find at times that this council regrettably has a habit of what we've called in the past of kicking the can, which leads to further delays and doesn't incentivize businesses to do the right thing, or building owners to do the right thing. I think that we have to really think about this because we leave things, time goes by so quickly, and we leave things open too much without following back up on it in a timely way. And I think this is something where we can really affect real change, and this would help to motivate people to think about what they can do sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. We'll go to Councilor McGee and then hopefully a vote at that point.
Thank you, President Paul, and I will do my best to be brief. There are really just 2 points that I want to make. I think in government we talk often about carrots and sticks. So I am fully supportive of incentivizing conversion to electrification. I think that's something that we have to do if we're going to get to where we need to be as quickly as we need to be there. But without some, I don't want to say threat, but without some other incentive pushing folks in that direction, which is the carbon impact fee, we're not going to get there as quickly as we need to. And this resolution works towards putting a question on the ballot in August. That question will not immediately implement an additional carbon pollution impact fee. It will give us the tool in our toolbox. And I don't see a reason why we would delay adding tools to our toolbox to address the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councilor McGee. Lori, we'll go to a vote on this, and we'll do this by roll.
Councilor Barlow?
No.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter?
No.
Councilor Jang?
Yes.
Councilor Doherty?
No.
Councilor Grant?
Yes.
Councilor Hightower?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor McGee?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon? No. Counselor Travers?
No.
City Council President Paul?
No.
6 ayes, 6 nays.
6 ayes and 6 nays, the motion fails. I did want to note something for the record that I had misspoke on item 7.9, which was the beta item. If we could just make sure that that was a vote. It was not a unanimous vote. There were 11 of us that voted, and there was 1 recusal. So just wanted to note that recusal. That moves us to the last deliberative item on our agenda. It was 8.16 on consent and is now 9.10, the van purchase for Burlington Cares. And Councilor Grant, you had requested this come off consent. My understanding is you would like to have the mayor perhaps speak to some questions that you might have had or that weren't perhaps answered at the Board of Finance when we discussed this a week ago.
Not necessarily have any questions, but it's come up many a time about our failure to keep the public updated about things that advance community safety. And so part of the resolution that we had passed was to make sure that we were informing the public and not putting things related to community safety in the consent agenda. Not that we have to have a long conversation, but this this allocation of funds in order to purchase the van for the CARES team, I think is a really important step. It shows that we're getting closer to, they still have to make hires. There have been interviews, but we're waiting for the team to be hired. But we're getting closer to getting a real community-driven resource. This is something that it's our version of the CAHOOTS model. And the CAHOOTS model for members of the community, from stakeholders who are on the front lines of the mental health crisis, have really been wanting in our community for a long time. And I just wanted to make sure it was talked about in our meeting, as opposed to sometimes we know the consent agenda is not something that the public always looks at in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor McGee, I'll come to you for a motion.
Thank you, President Paul. I would move to approve and authorize the Chief of the Burlington Police Department to enter into a purchase agreement with New England Motor Car Company to acquire a Ram ProMaster van for use by the Burlington Cares team in an amount not to exceed $84,995, with review and approval of any purchasing agreements by the City Attorney's Office, and would ask for the floor back after a second.
Thank you, Councilor McGee, seconded by Councilor Jang. Councilor McGee, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Paul, and I just wanted to say quickly that I'm glad to see that this is moving forward, and it's something that we have talked about at length for a number of years here at the council, and look forward to, hopefully by the time that my time here on the council is done, be pretty close to seeing this team operationalized. And also just want to echo Councilor Grant's remarks that it is important for us to have these items on the deliberative agenda. Not only is it a moment for folks to tune into the recording and see these discussions, but often the items on our consent agenda aren't always written about in the media the next day. So to the extent that, even if we have a brief conversation to show that these things are moving forward, it does reach a broader audience. So I would be supportive of that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor McGee. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. And with that, that concludes our deliberative agenda and also concludes our meeting. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconded by, made by Councilor McGee, seconded by Councilor Bergman. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. We are adjourned at 11:31. Our next meeting is Monday, February 26th, and we will look forward to seeing you then. Have a good evening.